There's a reliable message option. O2 performs clock synchronization, giving an accurate global clock, which is really important for music performance and music coordination. There's a publish subscribe option, which is basically a one-to-many message connection pattern. There is support for systems that do not have full access to TCP/IP protocols and sockets and so on to implement O2. So, for example, browsers can access O2 through WebSockets, which browsers are more or less limited to. We also have a shared memory interface support to communicate from thread to thread with very low latency and without using locks. That's important for time-critical music audio applications where time is so, and scheduling is so critical on systems that they cannot use normal networking primitives. And O2 also has a specified small API called O2 Lite that's useful for implementing very simple clients with a single server, such as microcontrollers. So to show you basically how O2 works, an O2 system is a collection of communicating processes, and we call this collection of processes an ensemble in O2. And an ensemble might run on a single host machine, or it might be spread across many machines, even on a global scale. Every process can offer 0 or more named services, and services have a tree-like namespace of message destinations. So, for example, to send a message from one machine to a service, we can write O2 send, and then we give an address where the first node here, synth, is a service name, and within the synth service, we can give a more detailed address, and this is supposed to indicate low frequency oscillator frequency parameter. And we give a timestamp for when we want the message to be delivered, and then a type string, which says this is a floating point argument, and the value is 6.5. Similarly, the O2 send command form of message passing sends a message reliably, so guaranteed delivery as in TCP. And this example is also sending to the synth service to a different node called audio configuration. Time 0 means send the message as immediately, and this type string indicates there are 2 integer parameters. For example, I want 2 channels at 44.1 kilohertz in this audio configuration. So that's a basic flavor of how O2 works, and there's a lot more to it, but I'm going to, in the interest of time, move on and show you some examples. One of the big examples or applications we have for O2 is a laptop orchestra, and I'm going to play excerpts from an orchestra we had a few years ago with about 25 student musicians operating laptops and various devices. And well, let's just play some music first. So this is tightly edited, about 1 minute of 4 different types of music that we heard in the concert. In this orchestra concert, each orchestra member implemented a independent, semi-autonomous interactive player for the network, and with 25 different players, we had lots of different sound resources, and they were conducted or coordinated by a conductor process with a human making some decisions. We used O2 Discovery to interconnect all of these players. So they just walk into the room and open their programs, and everyone gets connected together and sees the services that everyone else is offering. We used O2 clock synchronization to provide synchronized beats. So you heard that music was kind of beat oriented and organized and with very precise timing. Also, many players added Touch OSC, which is a software that runs on a tablet and sends open sound control messages in response to the player manipulating controls on a control panel they could configure. And so O2 was helpful in integrating these applications into this. So we actually probably had more on the order of 50 different devices all talking to each other. Let's move on to another type of application. This is one involving sensors. And I've been working with these little ESP32 microcontrollers with some accelerometers attached. And it uses O2 to discover a control process and connect to it and send data. This process is converting the sensor data into controls for a synthesizer that's built out of using a modular system called SoundCool that's controlled by open sound control. And so again, we're taking 3 or 4 different processes and computers and sort of gluing them together with a little bit of scripting to build something creative. So here's a quick video demonstration of this. This is a demonstration of O2 being used to glue together a number of components to build an interactive music system. At the top of the screen, I'm running SoundCool, which is a modular synthesis system. I have a sample player with some samples. It's running through a feedback delay unit and from there to speaker. So it's very simple. And my goal is to control that many parameters interactively using this ESP32 based controller with a couple of, gyros and accelerometer module. And we'll start that up in just a moment. The other thing I need to do is run a graphical interface in this browser window in order to adjust the mappings that are being made by a program running in the terminal here based on SoundCool. So I'm going to start the program up, and as soon as O2 is running there, we have a web server, so I can go over to the browser and start up this interface that I've written. I'm going to adjust some mapping parameters, and you can see changes showing up here just to confirm that it's connected and working. And what this does is it says map the range in blue into the range in yellow. And so I have a few things I want to set up here, at least approximately, to get going. And finally, I'm ready to start the microcontroller. So I'm going to power up, and you can see this thing in action. It's going to, first of all, connect to the Wi-Fi, then use Bonjour to discover O2 and make a connection and start sending accelerometer data. So it's already ready and running. The way this is set up is roll triggers 2 sounds, and pitch triggers some sounds, and general motion through RMS controls the feedback. If I want to make things less sensitive, I can go over here, interactively adjust some parameters. That should make the roll, it should make triggering a little less responsive. So thanks for watching. You can find out more about O2 here. A third application that we've done some work with is network performances of music with performers and spread all over the globe. We've done concerts with students simultaneously in India, China, Spain, and United States. And I won't go into great detail except to say that O2 is really instrumental in discovery and making connections, and also sending messages reliably when they need to be, which is otherwise could be a problem, especially on these long haul networks. So some other ideas for and motivation for O2 is long running installations that artists build in museums. Need access for status and statistics and tracking down errors when the artist is remote from the installation, and O2 can really help with that through its discovery and ability to help communicate through net address translation and firewalls that are typical in local area networks. I'm working on some audio synthesis applications of O2, again, running O2 Lite through some shared memory interfaces that gives very fast, low latency access that's lock-free and important. That's important for real-time audio synthesis programs. And then I'm also interested in doing work on building modular performance systems. And the idea is that you can compose performances from small applications that implement conductors, players, sequencers, synthesizers, graphical interfaces, and all of these little applications can run across multiple laptops. They can be self-configuring. They use peer-to-peer communication, and so that's ongoing work, but things are greatly assisted by O2. I could talk about implementation, but I think time is short, so I'm just going to jump to conclusions and say that O2 is middleware for music systems. It's provides a flexible interconnect for processes and browsers, microcontrollers and sensors, shared memory threads, and existing open sound control applications. And an important feature is that destinations for O2 are logical services rather than fixed IP addresses or port numbers. And that makes configuration and discovery quick and easy. So we still need applications to open up their functions as services to be controlled by other and accessed by other programs. But even using O2 for our own applications has brought a new degree of modularity and flexibility to software construction. And so I want to encourage everyone to think about building systems as compositions or collections of applications rather than monolithic applications. And I think that will really support the development of creative applications of computers. So let's whoops, what I meant to do is stop sharing here. And I don't know if we have time for questions, or where should we go from here?
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir, for this informative session on using O2 for building up modular machines for music applications. And I hope that the introduction of this topic will give new insights to the students, and they will be able to take it further for their own growth and career. One question that I have in my mind is that, I mean, when we are talking about the synthesization of different sounds, so is there any kind of template facility that can facilitate the person who is mixing the sounds, so that he will be able to get assisted for a certain rhythm and that sound pattern?
Well, there are lots of different applications now, especially kind of specialized programming languages for audio and music sound synthesis. So the typical way that we construct sounds is we actually write programs that combine oscillators and filters and control functions sometimes in very complex ways, and sort of build up the sound. We can build up sounds basically from scratch, just from numerical algorithms. That's often combined with analysis of recordings of real sounds, and so there's really a whole different direction of sound design, of using very large libraries of existing sounds. And maybe the problem there is just searching to find the sounds that you want. So maybe that gives you some idea of the practice.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are very grateful that you took your precious time for us and share this valuable, research area with us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to be here, and particularly any students out there that are interested in pursuing this, feel free to contact me, and I can give you more information.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. So our next distinguished speaker for today is Dr. Mario Jose Divan, Senior Solution Architect and Service Lead, Intel Corporation, United States.
Hi, good morning for you.
Dr. Divan received an engineering degree in information systems from the Dr. Divan received an Dr. Divan received an engineering degree in information systems from the National Technological University, Argentina. He also has many specializations, a specialization in managerial engineering from the NTU. I'm sorry, my screen. सर वॉइस इको हो रही है, उनको बुलाना, कहाँ है वो? Am I audible, sir? I'm sorry for this technical glitch. So Dr. Mario Jose, he received an engineering degree in information system from the National Technological University, Argentina. He holds many specializations. One is specialization in managerial engineering from the NTU Argentina, a specialization in data mining and knowledge discovery in databases from the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. He pursued a specialization in high performance and grid computing and earned his PhD in computer science from the National University of La Plata, Argentina. He is a full professor in National University of La Pampa, head of the Data Science Research Group, and honorary professor in Amity Institute of Information Technology, Noida, India, and vice chair at IEEE R9 Argentina Computational Intelligence Society, and a visiting professor in many universities. His research interests lie in data science, data stream mining, high performance computing, big data, Internet of Things, and measurement. I now take the opportunity to invite you, sir, to share a few words with us.
Okay, thank you so much. I will share my screen. Can you listen me? Oh, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you so much for your kind presentation. In this talk, the idea is to discuss a bit about data interoperability and relationship between reliability, image processing, IoT, and edge computing, and the challenges, opportunities associated with this context. Basically, our agenda is associated with a brief introduction of the context, focus on the concerns and the challenge associated with data interoperability, what is the impact of the reliability, mainly thinking on edge devices and the role of this kind of edge devices in the video processing, mainly focusing on containerized applications running on different kind of clusters on edge devices. And in this context, what is the role of Intel OpenVINO and how can help these kind of tools in any kind of project associated with video processing? And finally, some final remarks focusing on some aspects associated with AI ethics pillars. Okay. Initially, we know that when we are talking about IoT and edge computing, we have different kind of limitations associated with energy consumption, resources in general. We don't have the resource that maybe we will have in other kind of service, the cloud-based platforms, etc. We need to deal with limitations associated with data processing, networking in general. In that context, the adaptability and the dynamism in which the systems run the different pipelines is an essential thing, because in the edge environment, we don't have a full control around the system. And there is where we will see the reliability. Why? Because when we are talking about a given cloud-based service, in a given moment, we can talk or we can deal with the site reliability engineering, let's say. And so in that context, we can have different kind of environments, high availability solutions, etc. But what if we have our system distributed on edge devices in different on-prem facilities associated with our customers, etc.? In that context, there will be a lot of elements that will be out of our control. For instance, the different communications between the customer and the different services, or communication between the different edge devices. So the point in which we can deal with the data processing in that context requires that the adaptability and the dynamism associated with the different workloads is an essential thing. And also it is a challenge, it is a complex aspect, but very interesting to address. There, maybe from the IoT perspective, and when we deal with different kind of hardware, we can find we can find, different kind of sensors providing different kind of information in a complementary way with different kind of video streaming. Let's say maybe we can consume information associated with the climate, humidity, environmental temperature, environmental pressure, etc., as a complement of maybe a video surveillance device. At the end, the situation that we will have is a set of different data sources that are heterogeneous, and maybe they are pursuing different objectives, and we need to deal with different kind of data. We need to deal with different kind of data formats also, and in some kind of scenarios, we need to integrate all this data in a single stream in order to process all together, to create a data chain that allow us to interpret dynamically what is the meaning and the underlying meaning around the data in order to support a given data-driven decision-making process. There, we will deal with a lot of challenges, but also opportunities. One of them is the accuracy and the precision associated with the different sensors or data sources, because if on the one hand, when we talk about the data-driven decision-making, we are supposing indeed that we are dealing with information in order to decide about on a given fact or on a given situation. On the other hand, indeed we are receiving data, and the point is, okay, what is the difference? The point is the essential difference there is, how do you know what is the level of data quality that this data that you are receiving is enough to support a decision-making process? Because in the decision-making process, you are assuming that the data are true, are representative, they are consistent, etc., etc. So there are a lot of characteristics associated with the data that we assume to support a given decision. And that is not a minor thing. That is essential, mainly when we are thinking, for instance, to schedule dynamically a workload through a different nodes in a cluster. And why it is an important thing? Because we are assuming that the data that we are collecting from the different nodes or the applications are consistent enough to support the decisions for redeploy a given workload in a set of nodes. So it is a key aspect. And another key aspect here is the calibration point of view. When we receive a number, let's say from a given sensor, we are assuming that the number is representative of the fact that the sensor is monitoring. And that point is very interesting to address, because the entropy affect naturally all the different kind of systems. So at the beginning, maybe that situation is true, because we can check it in a given chamber or in the lab, but when the system is working over a given time, maybe it could change. And the situation needs to be monitored in order to know what is the level of consistency that the data has in relation to the original calibration. In this context, emerge a lot of aspects associated with, on the one hand, the decision-making process, as I mentioned before, in this kind of distributed environment, but also on the edge, we are dealing with three very interesting aspects. One is the data ownership. We are assuming that the data could travel from a given point A to a target in a given location. The point is, okay, if you are implementing some kind of data exchange, we are assuming that the data from the source A is allowed to travel to the source B, and the source, the target B, sorry. The source A is granted us a given permission to use the data. Also, we need to deal with the data sovereignty. Let's say, what if our cluster or our high performance computer is located in different geographies, and we need to exchange data from one side to another side. So we need to be sure that we can exchange that kind of data, that it is allowed to exchange the data and the kind of content that the data imply. Also, of course, the data confidentiality is essential in this kind of distributed environment, mainly because we are dealing with distributed workloads. So there, if we are in a context completely heterogeneous, we will deal with data interoperability. But data interoperability focusing on two perspectives, syntactic and semantic data interoperability. Let's say, given two devices, A and B, virtual or physical, we can exchange data and the device can communicate the data in a consistent way. Okay, that is syntactical point of view. But the semantical point of view implies that we are using some kind of technology, maybe tags or some kind of technology, in which we can map and understand automatically what a given number, what a given text represents. And based on that, we can make decisions. In other words, if we take the temperature of a given person and we read 37 Celsius degree, we could say, okay, that is normal enough. That is good. But in a given automatic context, let's suppose that a machine reads the number and the machine needs to interpret that number in an automatic way, but at the same time, the machine needs to interpret the temperature coming from 1,000 patients, all patients, developing different kind of activities. Maybe some patients are running, and others are walking, and maybe other patients are driving the car. The device needs to understand the context in which the person is developing some activity or the person is resting. The challenge there is, okay, there we need to collect data from heterogeneous devices. We need to understand what the number implies, and we need to make a decision. Let's say, hey, if the temperature is too high, I can trigger an alarm in order to say it is possible that a given patient is suffering some kind of fever or is close to that kind of situation. But all that information, when it is required to be automatic, need to understand the data meaning underlying independently of the data itself. So in this context, we can monitor, let's say, a given outpatient a given outpatient. Maybe this outpatient is characterized through different attributes: heartbeat, corporal temperature, systolic blood pressure, etc. Also, we are quantifying these attributes through different metrics, and the metrics are associated with a given sensor, obtaining the numerical value. At the same time, we are monitoring the context in which this entity is developing some activity, or maybe he or she is resting. And for monitoring the context, we are quantifying, let's say, the environmental humidity, the environmental temperature, environmental pressure, and through different kind of sensors associated with these contextual properties. And what is the particularity? That using this set of contextual properties and this set of attributes, we can define different status in which the patient could be in a given instant. Let's say, using the heartbeat jointly with the corporal temperature, systolic pressure, blood pressure, and diastolic blood pressure, we could say if a given patient is walking, running, or resting. And in the same way, we can use the contextual information in order to say, hey, for this outpatient, the values associated with the context are hostile, need to be care about the situation, or it is normal. It implies that all these sensors are calibrated, and we are receiving numbers that are according to a given pattern. So the point is, okay, I can send a number. Okay, that is a position, of course, and maybe from the synthetic point of view, that is okay. But when we need to interpret the number and also to keep track of the number and the outpatient, we need to use some kind of semantic approach. Maybe we can use different kind of tags, IDs, etc., different kind of strategy. We can use ontologies, or there are a lot of alternatives, but at the end, we want to inform the numbers jointly with some metadata that describe what the number means. And that is essential in order to make a decision. So, how the reliability is associated with this data interoperability? When we talk about reliability, we need to focus on availability, fault tolerance, recoverability, and maturity. The four elements are part of the reliability concept. So when we are talking about a reliable system, we are expecting that the system works as is expected over a given time, focusing on these functional and non-functional requirements. So in this scenario, let's suppose that we need to process different kind of data sources only with video processing that in this case could be monitoring not person but products or kind of products in order to provide feedback maybe to a AI model in order to recommend selectively different kind of ads in a supermarket. In this context, let's suppose that the system could fail. And here it is interesting to associate data interoperability, reliability, and also what is the meaning of site and edge reliability engineering. Let me change here. Sorry. Okay. In this context, we are monitoring through different cameras and we are processing different video streams, focusing on different kind of products to provide selectively ads in the supermarket. In real time, we are providing different kind of analytics to our customer, but the system could fail. And in that moment, when the system fails, is where the reliability is important, because the context keeps running and we lose not only money but time. In that moment, lose time is spend time in trying to recover our system is critical, and it implies a lot of information that we don't have. So recover as soon as possible our system is essential in order to get that analytical information to support the decision-making process, and it is the base to reach an scalable system, because at the end we need to monitor the business data, but also the system monitoring data. So we need to describe and to differentiate what is critical to know in real time and what is critical to know between a given an estimated time intervals. So in this context, think about that the camera are implementing different kind of computer vision pipelines or applying in real time different kind of models to identify the product. So when we don't receive, for any reason, the video, we don't have analytics. In this context, sorry, the point is, okay, we have a given pipeline deployed on a cluster, on a given cluster, and how can we monitor it? For instance, you could use Pixie. Pixie provide different kind of services. It is important, an important approach in order to collect telemetry from the application level, running in different kind of pods. Even if you try, it is very easy. I will change. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. And I will share my other screen here. Here I'm in Pixie. As you can see, it is very easy to use. I can to choose my cluster, and when I choose the cluster, it performs a query. It is based on a given client-server approach in which you provide indeed a script and you decide how to visualize the different kind of telemetry. In this context, if you want to see the script that we are running, you can open the editor and you will see the script. It is very similar to Python language, and also you can specify how to visualize the information that you will receive. Here we run the different script, see that it is updated. We can define the time interval in which we need to have a refresh from the data coming from the different cluster. Here we are seeing a given application and how this application is related between the different pods and pods in the cluster. We can see eventually the nodes and the namespace, but also we can see services and the different pods. And for each one, we can just click, let's say, maybe here in Visir, and we can access to the different particular telemetry when available, and also what kind of, in this case, CPU usage is the pod consuming from this cluster. So it is a very easy way to implement the basic telemetry and to keep a control and to try to reach a basic level of reliability. Why? I come back to the presentation. Sorry. Okay. Why it is important? Because when we are talking about reliability, we need to articulate, on the one hand, what is the service level indicator, or what is our service level objective. Let's say, I want that my system reach a 99% of availability. Okay, that is very good, but you need to monitor in real time your system, mainly when you are trying to implement real-time video processing and to support the decision-making process based on the application of a given AI model. So this kind of tool is very useful in order to support that kind of telemetry. Of course, you have a lot of complementary tools, let's say OpenTelemetry, Telegraph. You have a lot of alternatives in order to store time series data like Prometheus. You can use a different kind of tools in order to represent graphically the data or to implement the data visualization, such as Grafana. So there are a lot of alternatives. It is just one for your reference, but I will try to advance as quick as possible in order to reach the time. Here you have a very interesting approach that Intel provides. Intel has Intel OpenVINO. It is a full package that you can download free from the Intel website. There you will have basically, for your reference, the possibility to write a given AI model, use OpenVINO in order to transform this model in a certain way that allow you to optimize your model for a specific Intel hardware, and after that you can deploy your model in a given cluster, for instance, to implement a video pipeline processing, and all these elements without any kind of payment, for free completely. So I suggest you that at least you download and test this approach. It is very interesting. You can even articulate this library with Python. You can use Pixie if you want, and you can try all the aspects associated with telemetry and video processing jointly in a given and single cluster. You don't need any special hardware. You can try these components using typical or common hardware that you can find in your home. There is not a special requirements. Of course, the video processing will be optimized based on the hardware in which you pretend to deploy the model. And there in the OpenVINO website, you will find different kind of reference implementations. So you can try to implement quickly, let's say, from social distance enforcement, capacity limit enforcement, and different kind of models that are ready to deploy, are ready to be used. So you can just download, use the repository, and to deploy in a cluster using OpenVINO. Here you have different kind of models. In this case, is associated with a basic pipeline from a given camera up to trigger a given alert when some person doesn't respect the minimal 6 feet separation. And here is applied in capacity limit enforcement, similar when you need to check the circulation in a given road, or maybe when you need to analyze different kinds of elements, like, let's say, line monitoring. At the end, so as a final remarks, essential aspect to consider in this context is data interoperability and reliability are not separated aspects. They are intrinsically related, and also the semantical point of view is critical if you are thinking about support the decision-making process, because at the end you need to articulate the telemetry, the observability, telemetry, events, logs, and trace jointly with the meaning in order to try to recreate a given context to support a decision-making process. And based on that, you will know if you reach or not a certain level of reliability. But reliability, when we are talking about reliability, think about that you will deal with availability, maturity associated with the components, how to deal with different kind of fault tolerance, and the way in which you are pretending to recover your system as soon as possible in order to avoid service unavailability. Yes. So in this scenario, it is critical to discriminate, to separate what is a system monitoring and what is the system meta monitoring. What we are dealing when we are talking about system monitoring, we are talking about the business data that you are collecting in a quantitative way in order to support or to create analytics information for business. But also the system meta monitoring is focusing on to keep your system running and reaching the level of reliability that you are expecting. So the requirements associated with data transmission, bandwidth, etc., are different between them. In this context, if you are trying to implement different video pipelines processing, Intel OpenVINO is an excellent alternative because you can download free and you can try it even in a cluster, try to articulate all the telemetry using tools like Pixie, OpenTelemetry, Telegraph, etc. And if you don't want to write a line of codes, you can use the reference implementations associated with OpenVINO. So you are ready to start any model. Thank you so much for your time and for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Divan. And you have touched upon the most critical factors for any IoT environment. And as you rightly said, that there are multiple issues, like, for example, the privacy, security, and the energy consumption for these IoT environments. One question that has been asked from the audience is that, I mean, can we use the same set of network protocols that we use in a normal network environment for privacy and security maintenance in the IoT environment also?
It's a good point. It depends on the use case. It depends on the use case. Let's say if you are dealing with a case in which we need to monitor a given operation, and we have specific requirements about the real-time data processing, it is not the same context that if we are dealing with, let's say, vehicle monitoring on a given vehicle infrastructure. So the kind of protocols, the kind of tools, the kind of even data pilot, etc., will depend on the use case. It will be great to say, okay, we can reuse as much as possible. That is the idea. But I don't have a concrete answer because it will depend on the specific requirements associated with the use cases.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking out your precious time for us. I now request everyone present here to join us for the inaugural session. Those who are present here physically, they can move to I2 Moot Court, and our distinguished speaker for today, they can join the inaugural session through the virtual links that has been already shared with you. So we will be back again here to continue with the today's session. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for this invitation. Of course, I'm open to receive any kind of question offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Women engineers are the architect of a better tomorrow, breaking barriers and building the future of innovation, diversity, and equality. They're changing the world one innovation at a time. A warm and hearty welcome to all of our esteemed industry. A warm and hearty welcome to all of our esteemed industry professionals, conference participants, esteemed faculty, and dear students. On behalf of MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Information Technology, MIT School of Engineering and Technology, I, Siddhi Gautam,
and I, Srishti Agarwal, students of BTech IT,
feel deeply privileged to invite you to today's session on women in engineering. Innovate your journey as women technocrat.
Amity University is a unique blend of modernity and tradition, and we take great pride in upholding our customs and welcoming our esteemed guests. As a symbol of our gratitude and commitment to nurturing meaningful relationships, we have the pleasure of presenting a sacred Tulsi sapling to our distinguished guests.
May I request MIT leadership team to present the sapling to the industry leaders. Mr. Bani Mehdi, Vice President at Visa Technologies. Ms. Smita Gupta, Assistant General Manager at Engineers India Limited. Ms. Vartika Mishra, Director Public Policy at NASSCOM. Ms. Swati Maharishi, Editorial Director at Springer.
The fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.0, is a fusion of AI, automation, machine learning, IoT, and cloud computing.
I'll take just 1 second. This session that we're having is on women in engineering. And I see very few girls sitting here. Can you please call all your friends? Please call up all your friends. This session is on women in engineering. And we want to have at least half of the hall should be of girl students. So please call your friends, all of you.
The fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.0, is a fusion of AI, automation, machine learning, IoT, and cloud computing. This revolution has changed every aspect of life, from government and education to healthcare and commerce. At this year's international conference, we seek to explore the practical implications of decision intelligence and its effects on society. This technical conference will provide a platform to share knowledge and a prize of opportunities and initiatives that will substantially benefit professionals, academicians, researchers, and enthusiasts in the field of decision making. On that note, I now request respected Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Deputy Director of Placement and Industry Relations, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to welcome our esteemed industry guest to share their thoughts of wisdom with us.
Thank you so much for giving me this privilege. On behalf of the entire Amity family, I take this proud privilege of welcoming, I would say, the women stars sitting on the dais. Women leaders, we have started talking about it a decade ago, or maybe slightly older. We are talking of it as women are flying in all the fields, and particularly if we talk about engineers, they are doing great job. My dear students, a very warm afternoon, I would say. We are slightly delayed, but let me tell you, such a power-packed panelist, and on the very important area where it's very important for all of us to understand what's the way women are also contributing to the power of decision intelligence. I was just listening to the phrase of what this conference is all about, and it made me think, the words in the phrase decision, intelligence, transform, world. How much does it echo along with women? Decisions, the decision makers, you all must be experiencing. They are known to be great decision makers by virtue of the make how God has made us. Intelligence is shining when you talk about women technocrats. Transformation is something which women are bringing in, and the world is here with the women. Woman, world, we bring to you. So, with that note, I extend my warm welcome to the esteemed panelist, Ms. Sarvani Mathi, Vice President, Virsa Technology, Ms. Smita Gupta, Assistant General Manager, Engineers India Limited, Ms. Vartika Mishra, who is Director Public Policy, NASSCOM, Ms. Swati Maharishi, who is Editorial Director, Applied Science and Engineering, Springer Nature. We are going to be having a power-packed, I should say, power-packed panel on the topic Women in Engineering, the innovative journey from each of the women technocrats present here. Once again, thanks to all the participants for being here. And as already announced by Ms. Gopadas Gupta, we would definitely want more women engineers, future women engineers to be coming in. May I request to spread the word with your friends and tell them to be here. It's going to be very powerful session where you get to hear women along with men doing wonders in the area of engineering. Once again, thank you and a warm welcome to each one of you to this session.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful words. Now, I humbly request Ms. Gopa Das Gupta, Gender Manager, Corporate Resource Center, to set the context of today's session. The dais is all yours, ma'am. Over to you, please.
So again, extending a warm welcome to the panel that we have today, the elite panel that we have, and dear students, as I was expecting to see more girl student in the hall, but however, like Madhuri said, please spread the word so that we have more girl student, because this session is a very special session for us, and this session is going to be extremely important for the girls especially, and also for the boys. So good afternoon to all the students. So today's session is on women in engineering. It brings you leading and very successful women professionals from in the technology domain, and they are going to share their thoughts with you. They are going to share what are the challenges that they faced in their career, and you are going to get a lot of very important takeaways from this session, because the challenges, the two most I would say main challenges that the women face when they enter the industry is there is a gender bias which is existing in the industry. Everything said and done, the gender bias is still there, and also there is a lack of women leadership they can go to. There is a lack of to-go person in the industry. So the panel members sitting right in front of you are the leaders who can help you, who can guide you. So be very open with your questions. You can ask questions, you can take the mantras, you can note down the mantras which are going to help you going forward in the industry. And it will help the boys also who are sitting here, the boys students who are sitting here, probably it will help you to understand this perspective better, and to improve on their behavioral skills when they embark in their journey forward in their career, and they can probably deal with the situations and with the practical situations and challenges with more empathy. So with this, without wasting much time, I would request the panel to start the session. We have already lost quite a lot of time, but please be ready with your questions, girls, and please take important notes.
Thank you, ma'am, for that clear-sighted introduction on the agenda of today's forum. As Jay Norris famously said, if you cannot see where you're going, ask someone who has been there before. Following his words, I feel great privilege to introduce Ms. Sarbani Maiti. She is the Vice President of Data Science and AI Practice at Risa Technology. Ms. Maiti has an impressive 20 plus years of experience in cloud, AI ML, and data analytics technologies. In her current role, she is responsible for developing data driven solutions for the healthcare, finance, and other industries. Additionally, she has been spreading her knowledge and expertise as an AWS community builder, speaker, and tech blog writer. Ma'am, I invite you to please take the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us in this session today. I am Sarbani Maiti. I'm working as a data scientist in Visa Technology. I started career long back in 2000 as a COBOL developer. I know that you have not heard about COBOL, and it's a very old school language, and it is mostly used with mainframe. And today I am kind of working in data science, AI, ML. So in this 22 years of journey, I have worked in various sector of technology and IT industry. I have worked in various companies. So from my experience, what I learned in my journey, two mantras are there. One is that opportunities. Whenever opportunities are coming in our way, we should grab it. And second is the learning. Learning never stop. And learning and knowledge is so important in today's technology world. It's actually there everywhere. And we know recently ChatGPT has launched and it's kind of, shaking the entire world. So the moment we stop learning, I think we are kind of, stagnant in one position. Second agenda, I would like to, touch upon is that women in technologies, and definitely I can see a very less number of girls here, but definitely they are here and they are in different technology world, and I would like to address all the boys as well. I'm a proud mother of a son. He is 18 years old. Uh, so I am trying my best to learn. Teach him, and I'm also kind of express few words in this particular topic here. When I started my career in the service industry, definitely I was lot of time it was only I'm alone. I'm sitting at night doing my delivery alone in the entire office. I am dealing with the customer right, 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock at night. I was alone on the floor, but I thoroughly enjoyed my journey. Now, thing is that lot of time as a woman, we try to see should I do this or not. Same for the technology field. Even if we look at the mechanical or civil engineering, IT is still better, I would say. We see very less number of girls are there. And why so? Because of the collaboration and kind of environment we are creating surrounding them. I must say there are a lot of girls must be interested to, go for mechanical or civil engineering and a lot of other engineering field, but they must be thinking, is it safe for us? Or what is the perception about women on the ground? And personally I have not faced this kind of bias. I'm lucky enough to be in this industry and I'm standing here, but it is still there. It's kind of a perception. Can she do this? And it comes on us as well. As a human being, we start asking question ourselves, can I do this? Should I stay late at night? Should I go there at night and manage the work? The moment we say no, it helps other to build the perception. Again, oh, don't ask her. She can't go. Oh, she just got married. She will be reallocated. Don't get her into a new project. Trust me, it happens. This kind of discussions are there on the ground. I would say it's our responsibility as a woman. We should break that perception. Definitely, you have to take the call. It's to all the girls who are sitting here. You have to take your call at certain point of time. You have to set your own priority, family versus work versus your children, your planning, everything. But at certain point of time, if you think you want to do this, say yes and take the responsibility of the consequences. It's not always that we will be successful. There are failures. Even I have failed several times. But we should have that strength to accept the failure and go forward. I have seen several recessions in our IT industry. It's always there. I have sitting on the bench for 3-4 months without any work. But I used that to reskill myself. I did a certification. During COVID, things were going down. I again reskilled myself to a different technology. And I'm quite happy and I'm really proud to be here that I'm even after 22 years, I am getting a chance to work in such a emerging technologies where the entire world is kind of talking about. Thanks to my company, thanks to my mentor, thanks to my bosses who have given me these opportunities and they never doubted my skill. But it takes some of your effort as well. I mean, sometimes opportunity comes and just say yes. Just say yes and give the effort to, achieve that. Doesn't matter that you're getting 100% or 80% or 70%, but just put your effort and grab that opportunity. And definitely things will help you to shape up your career. That's what my thought process. And learning. I have seen ladies, I have seen one of my friend, she was in banking industry. She took a break of 4 years because of, family and children. And she came back. She joined back again after 4 5 years. And right now she is working on blockchain, cloud technology. She is working as vice president and she's kind of managing all over the places. Comeback is always there, but you have to prepare ourselves. We cannot just sit at home and then we cry, okay, people are not giving me this opportunity, I want to come back. Come back. There are a lot of companies, we, as even in our company, we have a drive last year where we wanted to talk to a lot of ladies who want to come back to the IT industry. I found a gap there, that women were sitting at home but they did not reskill themselves. I'm not saying that they will be expert enough to join the industry even at the same level. Yeah, that is fine. That is our decision, correct? But we should learn something new. When a company hires someone, they need some kind of commitment that I will put some hours on the ground. I'll share my knowledge. I will bring some values on the table. Otherwise, why would a company is going to hire me? So we have to prepare ourselves. Even if somebody wants to come back, the preparation is required. If you are going for an interview, and that is for everyone, all girls, boys, irrespective of that, whenever you're going for an interview, do a proper preparation. I mean, I do take a lot of interviews as well, and sometimes I feel the basic preparation is not there. So that knowledge and that preparations, it's always important, and that's true for everyone. It's girls, boys, everyone, whoever is kind of going to join the industry. So from my side, I would say that never give up. Give priority to your family, to your children. There are a lot of good experience as a motherhood after marriage. You should enjoy everything in your life, but when you are trying to give priority to your career, take that control in your hand. If there is any perception, go and talk to your boss that I can do this. If you want to go on site, if you want to do your job, just go and tell them, boss, I can do this. Give me a chance. If I fail, throw me out. It's perfectly fine. It's business all about. But go and talk to them. Open up. Another thing, ask for help. Build a supportive system at home, in your company, in your organizations, wherever you are going to join. Talk to people. LinkedIn is a fantastic network platform. I found it so useful. I always change job through LinkedIn. I just start talking to my old bosses, friends, and say, boss, I want to change my job. Do you have something? People will talk to you. Don't get afraid. I get so many messages every day on my LinkedIn network, and I try to answer their questions. It's fine. I mean, I can't answer, but at least I can route them to a relevant person. Ask for help. Seek out for help. Create your supportive system, even at home. It's very important. Support system is very much important. With this note, I think I should stop at this moment. There are a lot of other eminent speakers who are going to talk about their journey. Thank you. And I'm available on LinkedIn, and you can reach out to me and everyone, boys, girls, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for providing such an engrossing talk. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Smita Gupta. She's the Assistant General Manager at Engineers India Limited. She has accumulated over 18 years of experience in developing innovative and personalized IT solutions to help organizations. She started her career as an engineer at Engineers India Limited in the Ratna Public Sector Enterprises and has since been promoted to Assistant General Manager. In this role, she is responsible for application development and enhancement, service delivery and client relationship management in human resources, finance and project management domains, Ma'am holds a Master of Computer Application from Hindu Institute of Management and more recently completed her Executive MBA from Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi in 2021. Ma'am, we would be delighted if you could impart some of your knowledge with us now.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be present before you guys. I'm Smita Gupta, as this little child, as this little child just said. And I've been in industry for 18 years, primarily into IT industry, in application development and delivery. I've been associated with Engineers India Limited. It's a Navratna PSU, a public sector enterprise. A public sector enterprise into engineering consultancy. So it's not necessary if you're an IT engineer, you can come and join us. Even if you're a civil engineer, we value chemical engineers a lot. We are into process industry. And we've got a bunch of IT engineers who are handling the IT business or the technology side of our organization. And I started my journey growing up like a aspirant techie. All of you might have thinking of the same. And it was more like I'll join the industry, have the clothes and go forward. So it was bit like that. And slowly and gradually got into the industry, moved ahead. And here today I'm standing in front of you. The world is actually moving. The world of work is actually moving very fast. We need to get accustomed to it. We need to bridge the gaps and move ahead with it. But the emerging technologies is giving us enough opportunities to grab and present ourselves to the world. Let's move forward. Go ahead. This is what I would like to say. As far as perceptions are concerned for women engineers, it's basically for us to break, as Sarbani ma'am just spoke about. I remember from my younger years when I was the only woman in the tech team and there was a launch which had to happen at the night. And my manager, out of all good intentions, came down to me and said, "You need not stay back." And I was like, why shouldn't I when I work so hard? I should be given that opportunity, isn't it? Just for being a female, provide me with some kind of safety measure or maybe some kind of thing for which I can go back home rather than abstaining me. So as she said, as she just mentioned, that we need to control our opportunities. Maybe we need to control this. You'll be facing all these perceptions. You need to break these out. Further, to all the women who are sitting here, to all the girls, young aspirants who are sitting here, I would like to say one more thing. Over a period of analyzing our key skills, I've come to realize one thing. We are actually cut above the rest in multitasking and solution finding. I'm sure the faculty members sitting out here or the senior members who are managing both households and professional fronts would be in cognizance with me, right? We have a personal zeal to manage both of them, to be good in both of them. So let's harness that. Let's work on our strengths. Let's harness that. I often tell my mentees also that I was never a great, So I was never a great advocate of myself in younger times. And that actually came with years of learning. So I tell them to be risk takers and grab the opportunities that come their way. It's very important, apart from mentorship and organizational initiatives, for us to understand the importance of brand building and networking. We need to give back to the young entrepreneurs so that we enable a network for them to not face the same pitfalls their previous generations faced. I would like to conclude by saying a woman would rise when there is equality, when there is diversity. There is a tendency for her to rise when there are women leaders around, when there is a network of women. So, and when a woman rises, all of us rise. I would also like to say one more thing. We are a public sector enterprise into oil sector. We have the maximum amount of women in engineering in all the oil sector, which dates to 12%. And we are led by Ms. Vartika Shukla. She is the first chairman and managing director of a PSU and of a PSU of EIL. So we actually have a strong leadership to look forward to get inspired from. And I think that is pretty inspiring for many people. Miss Madhuri just shared that in the morning that she looks forward to our CMD. So it's a moment of pride, and I hope all of us come to that point, and I look forward to all the people sitting out here to come to that phase. Thanks a lot. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful address. It is an honor to welcome Ms. Vartika Mishra. She is the Director of Public Policy at NASSCOM. She boasts over 18 years of experience in the telecom and tech industry and has played a pivotal role in handling regulatory and policy matters. She has maintained relationships with external entities such as government authorities and policymakers, ensuring compliance across all functions, managing media relations, and formulating a public policy strategy to maintain the organization's positive image. Ms. Mishra has represented India in multiple international forums and has been acclaimed for her efforts in promoting both the nation and the industry. We would like to invite you, ma'am, to share your wisdom.
So let me also mention here that Ms. Vartika Mishra is very much an alumni. We are proud of her. She is a gold medalist from Amity University. She passed out, as she said, in 2005. 2005, and she completed her MBA Telecom Management, and she was the first ranker. So now she is back at Amity and addressing you all. So please take important takeaways from her.
Thank you, Gopal. So, first of all, thank you for having me here back again. I've been here at many forums at Amity. Okay, so I think since I was there at one point of time, so I know what I need to do. Get your attention first. So, good afternoon, everyone. Nope. Again, good afternoon, everyone. You guys, I'm very sharp. Good afternoon. Great. You know what the session is here? What session are we here for? Women in engineering, right? Any of you, can you name some famous women engineers from India? Yeah. Great. Anyone else? Don't ask each other, think for yourselves and let me know. Guys, hold on. 4 of us are sitting right here. You've heard our names. You think we are not famous or important enough? Right? Let's go with that assumption. We are all famous, we are all important. But just to name a few. Okay, attention back here, please. Can any of you name the first woman engineer in India? The first woman engineer from India, any of you? She was in the early 90s, called A. Lalita. If you really want to know about engineering, not just women, but all the boys here, I request, please go and read about her. A very famous another engineer, Sudha Murthy. Have you heard of her? Have you read her autobiography? Have you ever heard her, TED Talks otherwise? All of you have done, but still you don't remember she's a woman engineer in India? I think apart from your studies, just do a little bit, more searching about the field that you are in. Okay, so another question. Do you think we are, ahead of producing women engineers in India, or are we still lagging compared to any of the Western states? Yes, yeah, we produce more women engineers, and no, we are lagging behind. Any answers? Say it loud, it's okay. How many yeses? Raise your hand. We produce more women engineers. And how many of you think we produce lesser women engineers? Okay, more than 90% of the hall is neutral. Even if you don't know, it's a simple answer, guys. You could say yes or no. Let me just throw some statistics. India constantly since 2012 has been producing around 30% women engineers, which is much more than US, UK, Australia. Those are the three developing markets I'm sure all of you are thinking of, and we have been doing that constantly. So don't ever think that, your country is behind and, oh my God, the Western world has a lot of opportunities. No, guys, especially the women out here, you have a lot of opportunities in India. And as I think Gopa said, and one other speaker, this session I believe is more important for the men sitting out here or the boys sitting out here, as you would like to call yourselves, because all the females, women, we already know we are a notch above all of them, right? Say yes, at least be happy about that, guys. I know they're just,
Please be interactive. Say yes.
I know a handful of you are sitting here, but women, raise your voices. Great.
Loudly, all of you. All women, please loudly say yes.
That's the spirit. And from now on, maintain that spirit forever. Because as the previous speaker said, life is not going to be easy for women engineers, okay? It's not easy in the US, UK, it cannot be easy in India. So maintain that spirit, go with that spirit. Just to give you a little background, I did my engineering in electronics and communications. Thought of taking it forward, that's why I came to Amity and joined MBA Telecom. I didn't want to go for a traditional MBA into HR marketing, I did that. And I worked for about 17, 18 years in telecom, doing hardcore engineering, telecom policy, everything. Life was never easy. But as I said, we women are a notch above. I was able to manage everything. And don't think I'm the geeky types, guys. None of us here are the geeky types or the nerdy types as you think. I know in my engineering class, I was the only female student out of a strength of 40 and mostly friend zoned. The girls here can feel that because the outlook is more towards the fashion technologies and the BBAs, otherwise, But I think it's good to be friend zoned. That's where you learn more. So, all of you, if you're being friend zoned, it's a good start for all of you, okay? Right? Great. So, as they said, life's not easy. If you look at all the engineers, the 30% that are being produced every year, out of which I think it's only about 17% that actually go ahead and work and are placed. The rest of them, majority of them drop out on their own. And that is something that all of us, the entire community of women, including men, why only women, it becomes our responsibility to ensure that if they've learned so much, if they've attained some kind of professional training, if they can be of use to the industry, to the country, why not? It's an equal opportunity world, guys. So as I said, the men sitting out here, anything that comes up in life, always keep in mind that you are an equal partner in it. Don't ever go with that assumption that, oh my God, I've done, much more. We women are multitaskers. We'll take up everything. We'll do everything. But don't let them do that. Okay. Always take that responsibility. If you do half the household work, your masculinity doesn't go anywhere, it still remains. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about what the society is going to say. Support your better halves. Support your, mother, sisters, or, your friends at home outside. Especially, if you know people, if you know women who are in technology, it's a difficult world for them. What you can do is actually support them, make it easy for them, or at least make it bearable for them the way it is for you guys. There are points in life, I think Meti talked about it in detail. You move out of college, the big bad world, you have to face. There's a lot of resistance, even, when women are hired. But as I said, maintain your spirit, go for it. Be loud, be proud, not to worry. There's a point in life when, you get in a relationship, or you get married, or you have a child, or you have to restart. Or, in today's world, they say when you have to pivot from your mainstream and get into something else. I pivoted. For 18 years, I was in telecom. I wanted to change. I went into the technology industry. For some of you, as of now, you may be thinking, oh, they're one and the same thing. But, if you get deep into it, they're very, very different sectors. So at some point, you may want to pivot. You may think it's difficult, but just take that step. There are two things, I want to leave you with. Just give me a minute. I'll have a sip of water. Sorry. Very early in my career, there are very few role models at that point of time. Today, I think it's easier for you women out there. You'll find a lot of role models. In our times, it was, very difficult. So there was this senior person, female in Honeywell I met. She said, the only tip I want to give is never hesitate to ask. Because we women have the tendency, oh my God, if I say I can't work on this, the other guy is going to get it. They're going to give preference to some males. So never hesitate. If you want to do something, go ahead and say, I want to do it, whether it's a man's job or a woman's job. There's nothing in a technology world that's defined as a man or a woman's job. It's just a perception. The other thing I have actually learned from Sudha Murthy's addresses, she says, prioritize and develop a support system. The support system could be anybody. The support system could be your family. The support system could be your friends. The support system for your child could be a daycare. Why not? It was in my case, I had no family support to take care of my child. I sent my child to a daycare when he was about 7 months old. But believe me, he's developed into a fine human being, much better, I believe, than he would have been at home, because he was there with his own peers, learning, growing. So never hesitate to ask. If it's in your mind, it needs to be spelled out. Prioritize and build a support system, whoever you think they are. And there's nothing that's going to stop you. And for the men, the last word for you, keep the same in your mind too, and be supportive wherever you can. So, I'm available for questions later. I'm also on LinkedIn. You can reach out to me. I have been a mentee to a lot of students in many institutes. At one point, I was for some of them in Amity too. So if you want to reach out to me at any time, please feel free to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was an absolute honor to hear your words of wisdom. We are obliged to have Ms. Swati Maharishi. She's an editorial director at Springer. Ms. Maharishi boasts a wealth of nearly 14 years of experience in publishing engineering and books of applied science, and books and journals. Presently, she is spearheading the Asia Pacific Book Program for Engineering and Applied Science. Furthermore, her own book program encompasses a range of engineering topics and fields. Additionally, she is ardent advocate of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as areas of sustainability, climate change, and water-related matters. And now, may I request you, ma'am, to please address the session. The platform is now yours.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
बस मेरे लिए ताली मत बजाना तुम लोग, हाँ? Hi everyone. Firstly, I need to thank Amity and Dr. Balvinder Shukla. I think Natasha is not here, Natasha, and everyone here for inviting me here. And I also want to thank Vartika because she already said what I planned to say, most of it. So, are you guys thinking that I will speak less? No, I have other things to say. I'm going to start with some free gyan. It's for men and women alike. How many of you here are adults, are over 18 years of age? Raise your hand, please. Okay. So you are over 18 years of age, but you still need monitors shushing you to stay quiet and respect the speakers when they're speaking. This is one piece of knowledge I will give you. Imagine you standing here and speaking. It's very distracting for the speaker. Leave the disrespect aside. I'll come to that. It's very distracting for the speaker when there is, buzzes of noise going everywhere, which everyone standing here can hear. Right? So take this away today. Give respect to the person who's talking to you. Right? And expect the same respect back when you are speaking. So I assume that I will not have any more noise coming in from the back. And this good gentleman over there wouldn't have to shush people. I know you're watching who's looking at their phones.
Yeah, so that's my first piece of free gyan for you. Now, then I'm going to tell you something very interesting. This is a women in engineering session. I am not an engineer. So now everyone's like, to aap kya kar rahe ho yahan pe? I'll tell you. So I'm not an engineer because I did not want to be an engineer. My parents made me take the JEE twice. I just sat there for the first half an hour where you had to sit, and then I left. Right? So what did I do? Then I went and studied physics at St. Stephen's College at the University of Delhi. And after that, I got a master's in philosophy at the University of Delhi. And we are here talking about a machine learning conference. So my specialization in my master's was actually in artificial intelligence. So basically multi-valued logic. So philosophy, the basics of philosophical logic that build multi-valued decision making, which is the basis for artificial intelligence. So I think it sort of comes together, and I just want to mention it because of the theme of the conference that we are at. Then I was going to do a second master's in semiconductor physics, right, at one of the universities in Singapore. But then I pivoted early, Vartika. I just got an opportunity for a job at Oxford University Press to run, some editorial work at their engineering books program in their higher education division. And I took the opportunity, right? And then I never went to Singapore for a second master's. And now I've been in engineering publishing for 17 years. And I'm going to say a movie dialogue. Now, let's see who recognizes the movie. It's very old. It came out probably before most of you were born. There's a movie in which Anil Kapoor says to Amrish Puri, "Aapse ek saal se ladte ladte mera experience." Nayak, very good. 31 saal ka ho gaya. So basically working with engineers for 17 years and all of the experience, collective experience that the engineers that I have worked with had is now here. Okay, so I can talk to you about any engineering topic, but what I came here to talk about today was about women in engineering, and I do a lot of these engagements around women in engineering or gender diversity. And one of the things that comes up all the time is, why women don't want to be engineers. That's not true. The second thing that comes around, and I don't have my slide deck today, but I usually have slides to show you data. In surveys, people say that women are not able to do physics and math, and that's why they cannot be engineers. So when I was going to study physics, my own mother told me, "Why are you studying physics? You should study chemistry. Ladkiyan to chemistry padhti hain." I was like, "Huh? Ye kahan likha hai?" Right? So there are these biases that girls can't do physics and math. Now, let's look at the data. I don't have it to show to you here, but I can tell you the data. The data does not suggest this. So if you look at the high school level scores, and you all know this when the CBSE results come out, I'm sorry, boys, most of the time we see that, it's the girls who are topping physics, math, chemistry, whatever, right? So it's not about not having the ability or the mental ability. It's about not being given the opportunity, right? So you have to, I'm talking to everyone here. I know the people who spoke before me have, addressed specifically young women engineers to take the opportunity, to take the leap, and to be focused in what they want to do in their career. But I want to talk to everyone here because you are going to be a manager one day. तो कुछ नहीं भी करोगे तो ना टेक में मैनेजर बन ही जाओगे, है ना? 3-4 साल में फिर क्या करोगे? How will you handle women employees if you don't understand their needs and where they're coming from and what they're facing? So you might have employees in your teams who have been told for 20 years by their mothers, "Ladkiyan to chemistry padhti hain, tum computer science kyun padh rahi ho?" Right? So it's very important to be sensitized and be aware of what somebody is going through. The most important thing in bringing together any diverse groups is empathy, right? You have to put yourselves in their shoes. And then one of the most important things that I also want to talk about, which is also in my usual data deck, is that I think, Vartika, you talked about how we produce 30% of our engineers every year are women. Yes, but not a lot of them end up in the workforce. We see it's much less. It's only about 8 to 10%, and it keeps going down as the level goes up. Why is that? There is a concept. Has anyone heard of it? Something called a leaky pipeline. Yeah. What is a leaky pipeline? You have a pipeline of talent built up, but it somehow is leaking somewhere. The women are dropping out. Why are they dropping out? Anyone wants to guess? Family engagements, childcare, and they're dropping out the world over. This happens the world over. It's not an Indian phenomenon, right? Childcare, household duties, because it is assumed that it is the job of the woman. There is a very famous ad, I think it's still running. Share the load. Please share the load. I think Vatika also said this. Vatika, I'm telling you, I'm going to repeat a lot of what you just said, right? So it's very important to share the load, because it also helps you understand what the other person is doing. Okay, when you are at home, share the load with your mothers, sisters, even girlfriends, friends, whoever you're living with. Even if you're living in shared accommodation, so it's not always the girl's job to cook and clean, or if once you're married, it's not the girl's job only to take care of the baby. Okay, so it's very important to maintain that pipeline and give that support to the women who actually want to focus on careers in engineering. And if there's a party outside. Okay, so, okay, eyes back here, please. So the other most important thing I want to say also to all of the women here, and then I will be done. All right. This has been a very eventful few minutes for everyone, haven't they? Sab jaag gaye hum. All right. So coming back to, having women in the engineering workforce, one thing I must really comment here, I don't know who is responsible for this, but in this room, I gave a lot of women in engineering talks and go to a lot of discussions. In this room, the ratio of men to women is the highest. Usually I have been to rooms where, only women come to the women in engineering sessions. If you do get the opportunity, the women in engineering sessions are not only for women. So do please go to them, attend them, participate in them. I hope at least some of the boys here are inspired to actually go and read up on this data and make a presentation. Nothing is stopping a man from presenting about women in engineering and their challenges, because every diversity group needs allies. Okay, and allies come from outside the group. So what is outside the women's group? The boys, the men, as allies and as a support network. So the support system, when we talk about a support ecosystem for women in technology and engineering, we're not only talking about other women. Of course, other women, role models, leaders, that's all very important. But also a support system of allies is very important, of male allies, right? So read up on this, on allyship for women. There is a lot of work happening around that as well. And then finally, I just want to leave with one last comment, and this is targeted at all the women and the girls. There were talks about, being in an uncomfortable situation sometimes when you have to work late and you don't know how you're going to get home, or somebody says that, oh, you're a woman, why would you go in the field? Do all of that. Do everything that you are comfortable with and ask for support where needed. But I want to leave you with this, and this is something I always say, never think that you have to go out of your way to make yourself uncomfortable to get accepted in your career. If that is happening, that is wrong. And I'm also on the POSH committee, or the Prevention of Sexual Harassment committee of my company. So that's a very important message that I always send to all the women that I talk to. So it's very important to go out there, do everything that you want to, but also establish boundaries. Okay. And I'm going to leave you with that. If you would like to ask me questions, I'm available also on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Can we have a louder round of applause, please, for such wonderful addresses?
Thank you for that stimulating talk, ma'am. We'll have a lot to gain from that. I feel privileged to acknowledge Ms. Deepa Kaul, the Chief Information Officer at Ms. Deepa Kaul, the Chief Information Officer at Sofra Sataria, who unfortunately could not join us today owing a certain family emergency. We would like to present us our speakers with a token of thanks. May I please request MIT leadership team to do the honors?
Can you please step forward? Can we have one?
I feel great honor to call upon Miss Anju Khanna, Manager, Corporate Resource Center, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, invitees, participants, and dear students. Whereby, with this, I would wrap up the segment of this house today and towards my monologue to amalgamate that this plenary session on Women in Engineering Innovative Journey as a woman technocrat was indeed remarkable. Now it is the time to convey our gratitude to all who have extended their support to make this event a mega success. At the outset, on the behalf of Corporate Resource Center, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity School of Noida, Amity University Noida, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and profound indulgence to our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, for his blessings and motivation for providing us the immense opportunities to be a part of this session and fruitful events. Sir, you are always a source of motivation and energy. Thank you, sir, for always being with us today and always. I'm also very grateful to our Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, for his exceptional leadership, guidance, and motivation. I would like to record on deep sense of obligation to patron of this conference and our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, for always being our ignition. Thank you, ma'am, for shaping us so well. Your esteemed presence is really going to work as million multipliers in our motivation. I would like to acknowledge our distinguished industry stalwarts for taking out their time from the busy schedule to be a part of this mega event and enlightening us about their journey as a woman technocrat. Your insights are invaluable and indeed great learning, exceptional experience for all of us. My sincere thanks goes to Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal and Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, Joint Head of School Engineering and Technology, for their wise mentorship and encouragement. Sir, you both were always ready to listen to us and immediately solved our problems. Ladies and gentlemen, our words may be capable to express our sense of gratitude to our industry veterans once again for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much for adjusting your busy schedule and traveling to MIT University to accommodate our requests. Certainly, your talks have enhanced the level of this conference and participants will really be benefited. I believe this conference has opened a new dimension and our association with you gone a long way. I request audience to give a big round of applause for these distinguished dignitaries. Equally, on personal behalf, I am thankful to my head of department, Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari. She is always being with us and helping us throughout and believing in us. And my special thanks goes to Professor Dr. Natasha Astir ma'am for believing in us and giving us this session, and the faculty members of the Department of Information and Technology, coordinators and organizations for dedication and support to make this event a great success. My special thanks to our own head of department, again, Professor Dr. Madhuri Kupari and Gopa Madam, for giving us this opportunity and for helping us out through all thick and thin. And I am happy to share that my own team, Alok, Priyanka, thank you so much for being with us in making this event a mega success. A special gratitude to our own worthy Gopa man once again, especially for just taking an initiative always and just guiding us throughout with our experience in making this session once again a great success. My thanks goes to our special volunteers who have been really working so hard and from last so many days with us. Thank you so much. And it's special thanks to all the organizers whom I have left. I'm sorry for that. And thank you so much and namaskar. And Anjali ma'am, thank you so much for joining us. Let's have a big round of applause for all of our audience sitting over here. And let's accompany for the lunch now, please.
All right. So, good afternoon to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. I welcome you all back again.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, are we good? Just checking.
Oh, man.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Keely Crockett, and I'm a professor in computational intelligence. And I would like to thank the organisers for allowing me to speak to you today on people-powered AI, challenges and opportunities in navigating the ethical landscape to responsible innovation. I will be flicking through some slides just because we're on a shorter time scale, but let's start. So within this little short session, I'm going to look at why ethical practices are important, what the legal landscape is, and why is it important for researchers and businesses who are actually working in the AI, artificial intelligence space. Quickly tell you about 2 toolkits that actually work very, very well, again, for designers, developers, machine learning engineers, or businesses, and just give you a few examples of some of the projects that we've been involved in. So why is it important? A lot of you will be very familiar with the case of Clearview AI. If you consider it, what it's all about is that Clearview collects photographs from many websites, including things like social media. It scrapes images from videos, anywhere where you don't have to log in, and it has over 20 billion images worldwide. It's based in the United States, and over the past few years, it has been the subject of many regulators' interests, privacy organizations, and complaints have come in from many different sides. So even in the USA, there's been lawsuits from different states, such as Vermont and New York, the American Civil Liberties Union, and if we go wider and we look at the European Union, Greece, Italy, have also filed complaints about the lack of privacy. The Information Commissioner's Office in the UK and Australia. So what is this all about? Why, when there is various different good reasons to use it, but where is the line between privacy of individuals, what people consent to do in terms of using their faces and their videos for machine learning, and what the impacts are on people? So a quick whiz round some ethical guidelines that are important. And the reason why it's good to keep abreast is because there are literally hundreds of these guidelines about what are the best practices of AI, computational intelligence, and even the usage of data across the world. But one of the issues is there is no practical, concrete way of how do we implement them. So we can take, for example, the United Nations recommendations for AI, signed by over 180 countries. Doesn't really say how to implement them. It says it's down to each individual country, but it's actually voluntary. So there is this gap between theory and practical adoption of ethical guidelines. What you can see on this slide is a summary of some of the key principles in those documents. And some of these things, when we're developing tech, we should consider. So if you are a machine learning engineer, for example, then you must consider that your data is fair, it's not biased anyway, the decision making is transparent. We must ensure that we have humans at the heart and we have humans in the loop. And there must be appropriate degrees of explainability. More importantly, humans should actually have the skills and knowledge of what they're building. So is, for example, the model interpretable to the machine learning engineer, as well as being explainable to the user? So a couple of guidelines that's worth bringing about. First of all, again, you're in India, you're probably thinking, why am I talking about the European Union AI Act? This act will be one of the biggest disruptors, and you only have to look at the consequences of the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, and how that's impacted the world as well. And this act will become law at some point in 2023, and there will be a 2-year grace period for businesses, both public and private sectors. Public means universities that conduct research as well, to actually comply with this act. And it's not yet fully finalised in terms of detail. And what it does is encourages everybody to take a risk-based approach to AI. And it has categories of systems. Again, some of these are still up for debate as well, such as things like unacceptable risk. So, for example, live biometric identification systems or anything that violates human rights would be completely banned under the Act. The biggest category that people are concerned about is high risk. You can see some examples on the slide, such as credit scoring, border control management, for example, self-driving vehicles. And these will be subject to much more scrutiny in terms of being able to document your accuracy of your data set that you're using, your audit and control mechanisms, your degree of explainability, etc. And these are going to be stored in a central European database. Now, one of the issues is that, you know, if you are doing any business or research with the EU countries, then you're going to have to comply with this act as well. And just to touch on, I picked the UK here just as an example. Other countries are actually moving at different paces in terms of regulation for artificial intelligence. And the UK approach, again, nowhere near finalised. We don't have an act yet. But the argument at the moment is it will be a lighter touch in terms of risk assessment, how it is audited and controlled than the EU. But one takeaway I would like to leave you with, the OECD actually has a very great live repository of national AI policies and strategies. So you can see, for example, I'm not going to click now, but if you click on India, you can find out the current status within your own country. And again, most of this is emerging, so it's worth checking back regularly, but it's a very, very useful resource. And lastly, I'd like not to forget businesses as well. Legislation moves quite slowly. We have the big corporates, Google, Microsoft, IBM, etc., that are moving at a different pace. And they have their own principles and guidelines. But the good news is most of these things align, but it's how it's practically applied is still the challenge. So I teach a number of master's courses on ethics of AI, and everything you can see on the left, bias, fairness, explainability, are all massive, massive concepts in their own right. But one of the key things when you're working in this space is to try and get the balance between what is bias and how does it impact individuals. Maybe it's the labeling of the data sets by humans. It could be the choice of training, validation and test data when building models in machine learning. And we take all those and we say, okay, what is the balance and the impact on an individual compared to the impact on society as a whole? And it's very, very hard because what we've got to do is produce a balance between the two. One of the reasons why is when we look at the ethical side, there is a system known as Compass. It's an offender management system. Lots of interesting stories about it on the web. It's based in the United States. And simply, if we look at this one example, it's a very biased system, and we can see two different people there. We can look at the profiles of Dylan and Bernard, and we can see here there is a clear, real disparity between the risk score. Bernard, with no previous offences, gets a 10, whereas Dylan gets a 3. And when you dive into this and you look at the reports and the court cases, simply authenticity was a factor and a feature when building models. So this is a quick skim. Toolkits for risk assessment then, how do we possibly do that? We did a study published in the Transactions on AI a couple of years ago now, and we looked at a wide range of toolkits, but we actually looked at different criteria, who they were best to use. And out of all these toolkits that can be used, and again, you've got to bear in mind that this is a growing business as well. There's lots of people developing kits in this space. One of them was consequence scanning. This is by the Open Data Institute. And the idea is that during that life cycle, when you start thinking about applying AI or data to a new application, you look at the potential impact on services, product, and society as a whole. The reason why it's really good and it starts getting people to think, is because there are just 3 questions that you need to ask. What are the intended and unintended consequences? What's positive that we want to try and focus on? And what are consequences we want to mitigate? Now, obviously, there is a kind of like a facilitated session. We encourage stakeholders at all stages in the pipeline within a business or in the research team to take part. But it's also simple enough that we can actually include citizen involvement, have those panels, and be able to feed in other stakeholders to that discussion. The other one I'll just touch on, but I'm going to skim over, is Microsoft have a whole suite of responsible AI resources. We've tried quite a lot of them out with businesses. One that I would like to signpost is harms modeling. And within this, what you're going to look at is a number of different criteria about how technology can impact people. And we use technology as a broad term here. It can be IT systems, it can be AI applications, products and services. And it's about focusing on customers and non-customers. So who are we going to target, but who are the other people who are impacted by this technology? I'm just going to skip over quite a few slides here because I've got a condensed slot, so just forgive me. Click. Okay. And just talk a little bit about business engagement, right? If you're a university, one of the key things you need to do is be able to take your skills that you develop and apply them within business capabilities. In the UK here, we've had a massive project across 4 universities, which has allowed businesses to come in and be trained up in a number of areas, such as ethical practices. But then in the second phase, we've got like academics, putting core new research ideas directly into business and developing prototypical solutions. So it's quite good. The one bit of terminology I just want to mention is the word SME means small to medium enterprises, and that means a business that has 250 less employees in the UK. It's slightly larger at 300 in the United States. Okay. Now, one of the reasons why this is important is because those businesses are very, very keen to actually shape legislation, because if we slap quite a lot of rules and regulation on them, they're not going to actually know how to apply it or have the skills. In the UK, the Information Commissioner's Office and the Alan Turing Institute have published the first explaining decisions with AI guidance for businesses. Previously, it was only tested with very large corporates such as Visa, think big companies. And they wanted to know how they could scale it for businesses. So again, we held lots and lots of roundtables and workshops. And again, if you're very interested in explainability of AI, there is the 2 booklets that we kind of co-developed. One on child social care prediction using AI, and one on AI automated recruitment. And these booklets are available online. They're quite large. They contain all the information about explainability, plus the machine learning elements of these. And again, quite good to go through. So there is more about this project. Again, I'm not sure what the situation is with slide sharing, but if you want the slides, I can send them in and you can click the links. Okay, nearly done. I'll skip this one because of time. I'm conscientious. Last thing I would like to say, just one message, is about public engagement and co-production, right? There is a big agenda within the EU, but also within many countries in how to get people on board to trust AI, particularly because most of the stories in the media tend to focus on the negative aspects, such as bias. And if we think about our stakeholders, the public, we have got a wide variety of different kinds of people that we have to kind of engage with when AI. And the United Nations says human-centric AI is absolutely critical at this moment in time. One of the key things is we need community champions to try and empower people to be able to feel confident in asking questions and bridge that mutual gap in language terms. So just a quick highlight. I know I've only got about 1 minute left. People-powered AI is a big project we've been doing in the UK. And what we've been doing is we've been creating people's panels. We've gone into communities. And I will say the word here, marginalized communities, people who may never think, oh, no one listens to me, or I've not been to university, but AI is changing my life and how can I make a difference? And we've trained them up, which is really challenging because, again, we've trained them in bias, explainability, all those different kinds of things. And then you know what we did? We got businesses in to come in and pitch ideas. And then we did massive consequence scanning with everybody. And we've closed the loop in the past month in that the businesses that have come in and engaged with citizens and listened, have actually changed their product design to be more ethical, be more responsible, and there has been a loop. So normal citizens changing how AI is shaped in applications in their everyday lives is very powerful. So I will skip these now, and I will just go to my last slide and say this, right? I do believe that public engagement, co-ideation with businesses, bringing in academics from universities, and also citizen engagement is really, really important in building the principles to practice gap and building greater trust. And thank you. So I don't know whether I don't know what the mechanism is because we're on this condensed scale about whether there is questions or not, but I will hand back to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Keeley, for sharing this interesting knowledge with us. And I'm sure that by introduction of this interesting topic, you have, lightened up all the young minds that we have here, who are the future aspirants. And there is one question which I have from the audience is that, the AI is powered by the knowledge actually. So how we are dealing, with this limited knowledge issue in people-powered AI?
I think that's a very good question. And the key thing is that the citizens were trained. They took training in communities. So what we've done is develop this training material that's suitable for people who have got no experience in AI and also may have a low digital literacy. And I think that's really important. So we're shaping that material. It will soon be available on our project website, free of charge. People can edit it, destroy it, or use it as they may see fit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I now invite our next distinguished speaker for today, Dr. Vincenzo Piuri, Professor, University of Milan, Italy. Dr. Vincenzo Piuri received his PhD in computer engineering at the Polytechnic of Milan, Italy. In 1989, he is a full professor in computer engineering at the University of Milan, Italy since 2000, visiting professor at the University of Texas at Austin, United States, and visiting researcher at George Mason University, United States. His main research interests are artificial intelligence, computational intelligence, intelligent systems, machine learning, pattern analysis and recognition, signal and image processing, biometrics, to name a few. He has published more than 400 papers and articles in international journals, proceedings of international conferences, books, and book chapters. He received the IEEE Instrumentation and Measurement Society Technical Award in 2002 and the IEEE Tab Hall of Honor in 2019. We invite you to the platform, sir, to share your interesting work with us now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure and honor. Sorry. It is a pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today and talk about some application of artificial intelligence. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what happened. Just let me share again the screen. In particular, I would like to talk about the use of artificial intelligence in various medical applications and see how we can benefit from these technologies in developing these applications. In particular, we can use the artificial intelligence in a variety of signal analysis, medical signal analysis, that can be obtained by various types of sensors, the electrocardiogram and the electroencephalogram and many, many others. Since the artificial intelligence can help in extracting significant features from these signals, alleviating the workload for the medical doctors. And of course, this provides some hints to the medical doctor who have the ultimate analysis, the ultimate decisions on the data that are observed. But at least a preliminary screening can be done by using these techniques. The same can be done with medical imaging, where that can be collected from the tomography, by the resonance, by echography, by radiography, where we can point out some critical areas that deserve a specific attention of the doctor, so that we can attract the attention of the doctors quickly on the critical aspects. But we can also analyze various types of records, textual, numeric, that are collected from various sources, so as to create a comprehensive vision of the status of the patient. And all this information can actually be useful for the medical doctors.
Excuse me,
Since
Professor, for interrupting you. I think
Yeah.
you are not in PowerPoint, presentation mode for this PPT.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know why it was thrown out. Sorry. Can you see the slides now?
Yeah.
Okay. Since I was in the share mode, but for some reason I was thrown out by the system. Apology for this. I was saying that all this information can be very useful to the medical doctors, since we can collect, integrate the different heterogeneous sources of information in a comprehensive vision, so as to provide some decision support to the medical doctor. Having in this decision support system not only the experience directly of that specific doctor, but also the experience that can be accumulated and shared among many, many different doctors around the world. And this increases the quality of the knowledge that the system can offer to each doctor, the amount of previous experiences, previous similar experiences that helps in taking the most informed decision. We can also use these technologies to predict the evolution of the illnesses, of the diseases, in order to give the doctor the opportunity to understand from other past experiences how the specific case can actually evolve. And we can, for example, use this information in the analysis of epidemiologic data, so that we can envision different scenarios, and the prediction can actually help in understanding which are the actions to contrast the epidemics, the pandemics, in the best way, to see which are the possible effects of the strategies adopted to limit, to contain the epidemics. And this may help not only the medical doctor, the medical advisors, but may help also the government agencies to take the most appropriate decisions in order to act quickly for the benefit of the health of people. The artificial intelligence can be used also during surgery with automated systems, with support to the surgeons, so that we can provide direct information during the surgery, as well as we can provide some control for the robots that are used in some cases and more in the future for surgery. We can also use artificial intelligence for monitoring for the health of people, so that we can have a more comprehensive and continuous analysis and point out to the medical doctor the possible critical aspects, analyzing a huge amount of data that sometimes is very, very difficult to analyze manually. The artificial intelligence can help also in telemedicine, and this simplify also the creation of systems and services to reach out to the most remote areas of the country, where it's difficult to have experts of the various specialties in medicine. And the analysis of the data, the remote support can simplify and improve the quality of the medical services offered to the people. Artificial intelligence can be used also for prosthetics in order to control the prosthesis in a simplified way, and directly, in some cases, from the brain. And many other medical devices to support a better life of people, or even the survival of people. Artificial intelligence can be very useful also in medical education and training, since it can help to create abstract model of the body, of the parts on which the medical doctor, the nurses need to act, and as a consequence to provide a more direct, interactive, immersive experience for a better training. But how we can use the artificial intelligence to provide this kind of support? Well, basically we have different technologies. We have the neural network, the fuzzy system, the evolutionary computing, and machine learning, and so on, which can be used to create smart application which are adaptable, evolvable, according to the evolution of the needs, according to the evolution of the cases that we are observing, according to the knowledge that we collect from the data. And there are many aspects in which artificial intelligence can be really useful in the medical application. Signal and image acquisition can really benefit from the point of view of self-calibration, error detection, fault detection in the devices, so that we can rely on quality data coming from the sensors. Signal preprocessing is also an important part of the data analysis, signal and image preprocessing, since the artificial intelligence really help in enhancing the quality of the signal, removing the errors, removing the natural noise that is present in this kind of data due to the natural characteristics of the sensors and the connection to the environment. The other aspect in which artificial intelligence has been shown effective for the preprocessing is the extraction of the features. In a signal, not always we actually need to get all data, but we may be interested in the peaks, we may be interested in the slope of the signal, or other on the period of some periodic signals, and artificial intelligence has been shown effective in extracting from the data these characteristics, which are the relevant aspect in the data from the point of view of the application. But how we can choose the features, how we can select the features? If we have a few features, the accuracy will be low, and obviously the complexity will, the computational complexity will be low. But if we wanted to increase the accuracy just by increasing the number of features, we definitely increase the complexity, but we may not be able to increase the accuracy due to the fact that we may have some related features, and as a consequence, we may not be able to extract really more knowledge from the data. So we need to use appropriate techniques for selection and extraction in order to limit the amount of features, but get the most the most relevant amount of knowledge from the data themselves. And there are various techniques, both in a statistical way and based on artificial intelligence, which really help in this direction. There are also other more modern technologies in the area of neural network, for example, the deep learning networks, which are embedding this feature extraction technique in the model itself. Artificial intelligence is also very useful in data fusion, in merging the heterogeneous information in a single comprehensive view. We may have various sensors that we want to merge together in order to have the higher level analysis of the data. For example, we may need to merge different sensors, monitoring the heart behavior or the brain behavior. Or on the other side, we may need actually to create virtual sensors. For example, if we need to understand which are the stimuli of some nerves in for example, in the air or the eyes, it's difficult actually to be able to input a specific sensor in the nerve, since this may be intrusive. By using, for example, for hearing, some other information coming from different sensors which do not need to touch the nerve, it's possible to deduce the capability of these nerves actually to receive the stimuli. And this is a virtual sensor. This is not just the sensor that we need to use, but is something indirect that gives us the same information. And artificial intelligence is effective in this, as well as in other applications like the classification, the clustering, where when we do not know a priori the type of classes, as well as the pattern recognition in what we are observing. And this has been shown affecting really in a broad variety of applications for detecting critical situation in images, in signals, for example, to support the classification of cells, understanding the presence of cancer or other kind of illnesses. Just example. Finally, both neural networks and fuzzy systems has been shown effective in control, both in control of medical diagnosis as well as in control of surgeon robotics. And since this allows actually to have a smooth control, a transition in a smooth way from one position to another, as well as we can learn from the experience the best approach to achieve the optimum desired control. The last aspect in which artificial intelligence can be useful when we have many complex parameters to deal with in a system is the optimization, since the evolutionary computing, for example, allow to explore the possible alternatives in a more free way in the entire domain, even in the presence of many minima and maxima, in which the more traditional techniques may remain stuck. So the basic contribution today of this talk is to present you some effective adaptable techniques for the analysis of the data in order to extract knowledge and be able to provide medical support, decision support systems to the medical doctor. And this will allow actually to share more knowledge in a larger group of worldwide doctors so that we can reach out to the most remote area of each country providing a high quality service, even if we do not have the capabilities of hiring many doctors to cover the entire world. And obviously, these kind of techniques are not replacing the experience, the sensibility of the doctors, the capability of the doctors of reading in a comprehensive view the medical data. But they may really provide a significant support, an additional tool to the doctors to perform this analysis, this reading, to better understand the situation from the data, to have in a more visible, quickly, the relevant aspect on which they can, and on the other analysis they are performing, on which they can take the most informed decision about the diagnosis and the cure. With this, I would like to really thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I will be very happy to answer.
Thank you so much, sir, for introducing us to such an amazing topic of medical data analysis and how to create expert systems using AI-based techniques and tools. And I'm sure that using this knowledge, the students will be able to explore more in the field, and they will be able to create such systems for betterment of the society. One question from the audience is that, then when we are dealing with the medical data, we are dealing with the different types of symptoms for the same type of problem or the disease. So how we can deal with this situation? Because for the same type of disease, there could be different symptoms in different individuals. So how to handle that?
Well, this is an important problem, since when we collect the various information in order to support the diagnosis, we need to remember that that is essential anyway to have a doctor which can interpret the data presented by a system. The system may point out some characteristics, may give ideas about the possible diseases. And of course, if we have for a single disease different type of symptoms, this means that when we want to create this artificial intelligence-based support systems for the doctor, we definitely need the help of the doctors in order to collect sufficient examples of that specific disease in a large population of patients, since they can have this, as the colleague pointed out, you may have the same disease with different appearance, with different symptoms. So are the doctors that need to point out, if you have these symptoms, you have these characteristics, you may have this kind of disease. So we need the information on several cases, on a sufficient number of cases, with the various symptoms, so that we can train the decision support system with the different appearance of the illnesses. It's necessary, as a consequence, to ask the medical doctor to provide sufficient data, sufficient examples, since the artificial intelligence can learn only what we present to the technique. The artificial intelligence cannot invent solutions, but that is something that us as humans have to face. If we have never seen a case, a symptom, for example, which is a symptom of the same illnesses, we cannot actually deduce that that symptom is related to that specific illness. If that has never been shown to a doctor, obviously the doctor will never be able to associate the symptom to the illness. So the artificial intelligence is replicating in a faster way what we are actually used to do as humans.
Thank you very much for answering in such great details. And with this, I thank both of our eminent speakers for this session, Dr. Vincenzo Puri and Dr. Keeley. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Namaste.
Now we are moving forward for our next session, Evolving Future of Work, How to Get Yourself Hired.
So very good afternoon, students. I can see the smile on your face, mainly as we have the music going on in the background. We know Amity Youth Festival is already here and music sets and all, right? So, but then I think equally exciting is going to be this session. So request your attention towards this side. Okay, thank you so much.
A very good afternoon to our distinguished industry leaders, our esteemed conference attendees, respected faculty members, and dear students. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Information Technology, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I, Raghav,
And I, Srishti Agarwal, students of BTech IT,
feel privileged to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the industry session, Evolving Future of Work, How to Get Yourself Hired. I would like to start the session with a famous quotation by Sir Richard Branson. Train people well enough so they can leave. Treat them well enough so they don't want to.
every seedling signifies a new beginning. A sapling is the mark of growth and a timeless bond.
Following Amity's tradition, may I now request Amity leadership team to present the saplings to the industry leaders. Ms. Priyanka Priyadarshini, Head HR and Founder, Founded. Mr. Gaurav Singh, HR Operation Head, Global Payments. Colonel Sunil Kapila, Head of Athenia Tech Cybersecurity Training and Consulting.
The impact of fourth industrial revolution has changed how we live, work, and communicate. This is reshaping almost every aspect of life. This technical conference will provide a platform to share knowledge and apprise of opportunities and initiatives that will substantially benefit professionals, academicians, researchers, and enthusiasts in the field of decision making. I now request Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Deputy Director of Placement and Industry Relation, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to welcome our esteemed industry guests to share their thoughts of wisdom with us. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Department of Information Technology, and Corporate Resource Center, we extend a warm welcome to our panelists for this session, which is on Evolving Future of Work, How to Get Yourself Hired. A very relevant session we have designed completely for our students, particularly to understand what is the industry take for taking you in, and what is that you have to be prepared for. With this note, may I take this opportunity to welcome the panelist, Mr. Gaurav Singh, Lead HR, India Operations, Global Payment, Ms. Priyanka Priyadarshini, Head HR, APAC and Gulf, Monster India, which is now founded. Colonel Sunil Kapila, who is Chief Technology Officer of Athenian Technology. The other industry guest who has joined us this evening. We welcome them to this session where we are going to get a great insight from them. You know, it is almost like hearing from horse's mouth. They are the one who are looking for people on the other side of the table. So they would be the best one to tell you what is that industry looks in when they take the freshers. What is the technology is moving at a very fast pace. What is that you have to gear up? How you have to make yourself market relevant, industry ready. That's the phrase that I can think of and which matches exactly with the session outcome. So with that note, once again, I extend a warm welcome to our great panelists here and to all the participants. Thank you, and I am hoping that you are going to have a great sketching down of the points and the checklist of what you need to do starting today at least. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful words. Now I request Ms. Gopa Dasgupta, General Manager, Corporate Resource Center, to set the context for today's discussion. Please, ma'am.
First of all, I see 100 students, at least 100 odd students sitting, and the clapping is very feeble. Could I have a huge round of applause for our speakers? Thank you. Please make this session interactive. Ask questions so that it becomes very interesting as well. Setting the context, of course, is we are in the third year from COVID, and COVID has really taught us some new ways of work, and COVID has had a lasting impact on future of work. In 2023, organizations face historic challenges while hiring new graduates. Number one, a competitive talent landscape. Number two, an exhausted workforce. And number three, a pressure to control costs. All of us know about the layoffs and the bad news that we have been getting from the industries all around. And of course, last but not the least, the rise of artificial intelligence and automation and chat GPT and whatnot. So we are all excited, but at the same time, we feel a little insecure. So 5 years ago, this remote work was just a luxury, okay? And remote work from home was allowed only to a very trusted and very few employees in the past. But today, with the confidence that work from home is there to stay, hybrid and remote work has become a more permanent feature of almost all the organizations. So for the budding engineers, to get hired is also a challenge. I mean, as the digital era, it is full of new promises for the young engineering graduates, but also there's a lot of challenge which is accompanying those promises. So why the challenges? Because we see cars, they drive themselves. The X-ray machine, the machines can read the X-rays. Chat GPT can probably answer to all your queries and questions. And also the algorithms, they can reply to all the customer queries in the customer-centric offices. So yet, even as these technologies increase productivity and improve our lives, there is a nagging concern in all our minds that will their use substitute some of the work that we have been doing earlier, especially the engineers. There's always this nagging worry which keeps worrying us from time to time, even though we are excited about all these new things emerging. Questions like, what impact will automation have on work? What are the possible scenarios of employment growth? How are we going to get hired? How do we so quickly learn, unlearn, relearn, and again upskill ourselves? Because every month we see something of the new happening in the technology world. So all these things are there. But however, the very dear students, let me tell you the very basic skills that the employers are still looking for in the young students still remain the same, and you should be happy about it. And last, you should try to inculcate those skills and make yourselves very strong. For example, the communication, leadership, teamwork, and collaborative skills, flexibility, adaptability, then time management, self-discipline, integrity, and strong work ethic. Probably this skill has taken the center stage with the work from home scenario, the hybrid mode of working. So work ethics and integrity has become of utmost important. Innovation, leadership, critical thinking, we're always on top of the chart, and they still are. So you have some good news that these skills are still relevant. You have to have your basics clear, right attitude, and with the skills in place, you still matter to the industry. There is a tremendous demand. There is still a tremendous crunch of skilled manpower in the industry. So you have nothing to worry. All of you will make it good. And with this, I hand over the session to our elite panelists. I'm sure you have a lot of takeaways from the panel. Please make notes. Please ask questions. Please ask questions. Do not hesitate. You as students are free to ask any question. Don't fear that the question is irrelevant or the question is wrong. Ask questions. Make this session interactive, and so that it becomes more interesting. Okay, with that, MCs, please take over.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the right context for today's session. In the words of Henry David, if one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. Now, I take this opportunity to introduce our speaker, Ms. Priyanka Priyadarshini, the head HR, APAC and Gulf, and founder of Found It India. She is an HR professional with over 18 years of multifaceted experience in several industries, such as internet, IT, manufacturing, engineering, telecom, and consumer electronics. Her expertise includes program management, team and performance management, and change management. She has previously led the business HR of a $1 billion organization, providing strategic HR inputs on workforce planning and acquisition. She has been a part of HCL Infosystems, Nokia Business, and started her career at Otis Elevator. She has completed her MBA from the University of Mumbai. Ma'am, may I now request you to take over the stage?
So we welcome Ms. Priyanka Priyadarshini, who is head HR, Asia Pacific and Gulf at Found It. Earlier, it was Monster. So now it is Found It. So welcome, Priyanka. Request you to start your address.
Thank you so much. How's my presentation? Oh, I see myself on the screen. I'm just waiting for my presentation. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm Priyanka. Okay. So many times my name has been spoken. By the time they're setting up my presentation, brief about me, which has already been told. I come with 2 decades of HR experience. Okay. Which is a lifetime for sure. Believe you me. The only thing that kept me going in the field was because I was HR for various different organizations, And since you are techies, you would relate that tech world is all about, one is IT services company and the other is about product-led company. So I have a privilege to work in both the sides, both the tech space, right? I may be able to add some value to any questions that you ask for sure, right? So still some work going on. Let me just ask few questions from all of you, okay? I would love to do that. Though it was extempore, I'm not prepared, but still. Any guess which is the oldest engineering college in India? IIT BHU. Anyone else? Another try? I'm sorry, I missed to get some chocolates. I should have. Sorry? Okay, IIT Roorkee guys, right? Okay, one more question, because we are talking about how the work is going to evolve, and do you have a scope of getting hired, and how do you get hired? So before that, how many engineers on an average pass from our country every year? Any clue? How many? 14 lakh. Somewhere very close. Yes, the average is almost 15 lakh that we closed 2022 with, right? So this is the competition that you have, and you have to fight for that, right? Okay, now formally going into my presentation without wasting any further time. So I've already spoken about myself. I'm not the founder of FoundIt. FoundIt, I'll tell you what it is. So FoundIt is a talent in organization, basically, with 3 decades presence in the world. Okay, so I cannot be the founder of FoundIt for sure. I take care of HR. Now talking about FoundIt, which was formerly known, and I'm sure most of you would be aware of this name, monster.com, right? So as a company, right now, with FoundIt, we are present in 18 countries and 3 geography. Okay, globally, FoundIt is among the top first 500 website that was made. So we are that old. These days, so many websites. I think it would run in crores and crores, right? We are among the first 500 websites that globe or the world saw. So we are that old. In terms of the other things about FoundIt, we are present in 3 geographies that I told you all. We have an active database of 70 million plus, active users per month 6.4 million, some data points only, and the skill on which we work is somewhere close to 62,000, right? So this is our capacity on which we operate at. One very interesting thing as a student, because I was coming and speaking to all of you, and we'll touch upon it, which is all about your internship and how you get upskill. We have come up with one of the product, which is platform, which is Zuno. Okay, I don't know how many of you are aware here about Zuno. Anybody aware about Zuno here? No? So just go after this session. It's right thing that you all go and explore. It's a platform which provides internship, right? In case you're looking for internship to learn something, and also, and it does provide a lot of things in terms of assessments, learning, and also engaging with it. So just go and explore it. Now coming to the main topic, for which I've been given 10 minutes of time. I think I've already taken a few minutes. I'll see that I am in this 10-minute of slot, which Gopa has shared with me. Sure, let me start then. So evolving future of work. Yeah, I must tell you before I get into the topic that the future of work is very bright, especially in India, not to bother. So before we get into, how the job is and whether you will get employed, let us see the larger picture of how the work looks like in the future for all of you. Yeah. So why is India going to be the hub of employment in years to come? Okay. I'll just talk about some of the basics, some of the realities, which should help you to get motivated enough and positive enough. There's absolutely no problem in getting work here. Okay. So first is our population as our strength. What's the world population right now? 8 billion. And what is the percentage of 8 billion that India has? 17, almost 17, 18, perfect. Yeah. Now we are 1.4 billion altogether as Indians, right? Out of that, 1 billion is less than 35 years of age. Our average age in India right now is somewhere 28.9. This is exactly the average that Monster has internally. And Sanjay is here, my CFO, and he can vouch for that. Yeah. So this is that young a country, and every organization is moving into that young stage.
So as a young professional that you would be in coming 2 years, 1 year or 3 years, this is what every organization is looking forward to, right? We are educated, we are graduates, we are English speaking, and this makes us as a country an opportunity for the global organization to come and invest. I'll further build on that, right? Second is, we are the fastest growing economy right now in the world, right? Now, fastest growing economy, all of us everywhere in every newspaper, every day you touch a paper, there would be something about it, right? How does it impact you as a student? Does it make sense to you, right? So in terms of the GDP, right now we stand at 5th rank. All of you are aware of that? No problem? Yeah. So we have beaten, okay, which are the countries who are above us? Anyone? China, USA, Russia, no. Singapore, no. Japan, yes. No. No, no, not UK. One by one, please, one by one. Lot of humming sound. Speak one by one, please. Germany. Perfect. Germany, right? So we are 5th rank after these 4 countries. And we look forward by this year end to be at the 4th position, beating Germany, the last name that I heard in the class, right? What does it mean for us? Okay, and what does this, and when I say GDP, that means that we are 3.50 trillion. Okay, and you will always hear that India is craving to be at 10 billion by 2035. Most of the GDP, which is your gross domestic, whatever consumption that you do, it's built on that. 2/3 of that consumption is from the India. Okay, demand. And when there is a demand, there is work, there is job. Some organizations are putting it. Very bright future for all of you. Yeah. Third angle, which is there on the foreign direct investment that India gets, right? Investment means global confidence in your country. These comes in various forms. They invest in you. When the investment comes, job increases, right? Right now, from that perspective, 162 countries and 31 sectors globally have already come to India for investment, right? So the width of the scale of opportunities that India is going to give to youngsters, we just can't close our eyes on that. Yeah. Fourth, of course, is to your interest is digitization and digitalization, both the concepts. I'm sure you guys all are engineer. What is a digitization and digitalization? Anybody here? Please answer what is digitization and digitalization. Please answer, even if you're wrong, it is okay. Okay, so let me just break this silence. Go and study about it. Very important. And I'm sure you all know about it. It's just that you are not able to maybe put it into your concept. If not, then do it. When we work into any information side, okay, that is digitization. When we work into the process improvement side, that is digitalization, right? On both these aspects, India is doing brilliantly good. Right now, we stand at number 1 in terms of internet users in the globe, right? All these digital transactions which happens, India has set up as an example globally and the world across, be it US, UK, whatever, all those developed countries, they want to study how do we do that. Today, chai walas and your sabzi walas are taking transactions on your UPI and Paytm, right? 41% of global transactions happen through that mode in India. So when we say all these things are done by engineers like you, not like by HR like us, right? And this is going to improve in days to come. So, of course, work is no problem, right? My fifth aspect which is basically to do about the tech engineering space, which you are in, and I'm sure you're looking for your career over there. How many startups are there in India? Yeah, how many startups? Rough picture. I'm always okay with rough numbers. 800. 100,000. 100,000. Millions. As a startup, okay? Sorry? 70,000. Google kar lo sab. Great. Okay, somewhere close. November 22 data says that we were 80,000 startups we are, okay? Now, technology space or engineering space, I started the context with are into two parts, right? One is IT services and consulting setup, and the other is a product-led organization. If I talk about the entire of how this universe looks like, okay? India startups are 80,000, and it is said that every 3 days there is one startup which gets added. So while I'm speaking to you on November data, I'm sure the count is more than that. Yeah, 108 out of which are unicorns. Another aspect is in terms of the IT services organization companies, how many of them are in India? It's close to 15,000. Many more to come. And there is another concept which is for which India is known globally is GCC centers. I'm sure you all know about it, right? Which is they take your R&D and they take your backward integration into the organization, into the country here. So when any company, they used to set up initially their organization in US, UK, anywhere. They used to decide on where do they take their backend services, which country, which is very cost viable. So whenever they decide to come to, there are 7-8 parameters on which the location is found out, okay? And in those parameters, when they put all the countries, India automatically by virtue of whatever I spoke about, our population, our English speaking, our cost, benefit, everything, India comes out as the first. And most of the GCCs, which was from cost perspective, they used to come to India. Yeah. When they came to India for cost, they came and they realized that this is a country which gives you quality also. It's not only cost benefit, because the youngsters of India are much sharper than anybody else globally, right? And that is what brought in the GCCs. Those GCCs in India right now are 1,600, and each of them employ more than 15,000 employees on the lower side. There are 500 more to come to India, right? So we are talking about that width of work which will come, be it EY, be it Ericsson, whatsoever the companies that you talk about, those global centers, they are here. Now, the best part is that initially they were coming for backend. Now they come for R&D here because of the brain and the competence that we bring on the table. And one of you would be one of them, right? So with all this, I must tell you that you have job, you will have job. There are a lot of things that you need to do at your end to get that, right? Now moving on. Any questions so far? Was the concept very clear?
Was the concept clear, Vika? I mean, you all have to answer back because you are learning about evolving requirements, evolving work requirements. You have to answer back. Is it clear or you have any questions?
Please respond. When the speakers are asking you, please respond. We'll have a Q&A session at the end of when all the 3 speakers are finished. But please, whatever little question answer is happening now, please respond to all those questions. Okay. And even if your answer is wrong, it is absolutely fine. Don't worry. Otherwise, I'll start asking questions. Better, huh? Fair enough. So now from the interest, that is, what are the kinds of roles that you get in the market, which is most prevalent in the market these days, in all the scope that I spoke about, right? So of course, full stack engineering role is something which is very much in demand, and it's expected to be more than 27% growth in that job. Okay, so people start their career at back end or front end, move to full stack, or initially only take up this career. All yours. Second is on the data science perspective. So if you are a Python, AI, ML, NLP, you have a lot of jobs. On an average, I was reading some report which says that 135,000 jobs only in this domain is going to come in India in 2023, right? Android, iOS developers, everybody has a phone in hand, so opportunity immense. DevOps, another segment where it comes into top 5 roles wherein you will have opportunity. Then is security. Every organization are trying to set up that. And if you are wanting to go into security, the way is that either you join as an application, have an application network side of the understanding or the cyber side of an understanding, right? So these are basically the roles which actually is a hotcake in the market right now. Any questions here? Now coming to the last part of the conversation, which is you're a graduate, but are you job ready? So even we speak and all that, will you get the job that you want to? Bright future, a job we know what are present and what is it that we want. Can I have all the ears here, please? So in terms of the job, if you're ready, want to know whether you're job ready and all that, the only thing which works, I'll just tell you in very simple language. I can go on with a lot of narratives and all that and give you examples. I believe that only basics help, okay? First and foremost is your knowledge. The time that you're spending in college, please acquire academic knowledge. If I'm asking you a question of digitization and digitalization, and if you do not know it, somewhere it does not reflect good. You're going to be an engineer in this field, right? So academic knowledge, my dear, all of you, whatever said and done, whether you want to have your own startup or you want to do whatever, have your control on your knowledge. So learn till the time you can. And engineers have to learn all throughout because so many changes are happening. Every day, AI chatbot, somebody's challenging it. I saw Google is now, after chatbot, once you put a search, they will highlight what you want a content out of it to make our life easy. Somebody would have thought about it as a competition, right? So this is the world you're going to compete with. So pick it up on your academics for sure, without fail. Second is a skill. So while you have the knowledge, do you have the skill? For that, at the fresher stage, while you are not into job, and companies invest in you. When we hire you, we actually invest for 6 to 8 months to help you develop those skills. But at your individual level, please go ahead, do internships of wherever you want to build your career. Go and grab some nice internships into projects that you want to learn or build your career into during your academic year, right? Certifications, any courses which are there apart from your regular classes, please go and have more into your kitty in terms of enhancing your skill. Another is attitude, okay? Attitude is most crucial if you have to develop and reach that height. That is the only differentiator. If I am going to Amity, if I'm going to any other campus, right? Be it anyone. The attitude which is reflected on the floor is something that I would always carry. Similarly, in any organization, the differentiator is how flexible are you? How adaptable are you? How do you take your failures? How do you take good conversation? How do you take tough conversations? So, or handle tough situations. So all those attitudes have to be acquired. Have that sense of maturity because campus and corporate, they are very different world altogether. So carry that right attitude, right? Fourth, very important aspect is, okay, I've studied, I'm very good, I've learned the skill. Now what do? I'm a very good person also, very flexible, adaptable, everything. Is brand yourself. Today, the world is all about branding, okay? So branding means if you are on social platform, be it on LinkedIn, you have your resume somewhere, put it in a way which is best represents you. Okay, so I said there are 15 lakh engineers competing. So while you're making your CV resume, you should look different from the rest, those 14 lakh 40,499 students, right? So that is the opportunity. And therefore, so there are many professionals who make resumes for you. You may go explore, find out, but get that entire strength of your on the paper, on the social platform. Another thing, and the last thing, is your interest. Your interest and your preparation will help you get a job. If you are interested in a job, if you are interested to get employed or get hired, everything which will make you successful, you will automatically go and do it, because that's your inner health that you want to succeed. Second is preparation. Okay, you do everything, but you do not prepare for it. What will happen is when you go for the interview, the first question, everybody knows about it. Tell us about yourself, right? How you tell about yourself in those 20 seconds is a differentiator. Why did you want to become an engineer? Why not something else? If you do not have an answer to it, right, you lose. Nobody will come to your knowledge and skill. So prepare for the interviews, and that will help you succeed. And there are various platforms that help you prepare for that. Okay. So go about doing all these things. I'm sure you all will land up a real good job. Yeah. Thank you so much. In the end, just one thing to add is that tech initially was considered as the enabler of business. Right now, the reality is that tech is the business. So you are into that world. So best of luck to all of you. Nice catching up. Thank you. In case any one of you are interested to connect or have any queries, so you may write to me through Gopa. I would be more than interested. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such an insightful talk, ma'am. I feel honored to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Gaurav Singh, who is India HR Operation Head for Global Payments. With over 13 years of experience, Mr. Singh is an expert in HR analytics and HR business interaction. He worked in multiple industries such as internet telecom, automotive, and heavy engineering. May I request you, sir, to please join the stage.
Thank you. So, first of all, sessions after lunch is always challenging, but I'll try my best to keep all of you awake. Plus, there is one session going on there. I know आप में से काफी लोग वहाँ पे जाना चाहते होंगे, but I'll try to make it more interactive, so don't worry. So, I'll first start with my brief introduction. So, my name is Gaurav, and I worked in a product tech-based company. My company do some stuffs in financial technological domain. So it's my third visit to Amity. I came here, I think, last year, and there was students from technical domain. So it's my interest to come here to share my knowledge, what is happening into the technology, and what we as a tech company wants from students like you. So thank you very much to the university to inviting me again here for this session. So the topic which has been decided is evolving future of work, how to get hired. So my first question to all of you, not question, so it will be an interactive session, but yes. अभी एक काफी अच्छा वर्ड काफी पॉपुलर चल रहा है टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंडस्ट्री में. आई थिंक प्रियंका हैव डिस्कस्ड अबाउट दैट वर्ड. व्हाट इज दैट? Okay, so how many of you know that what exactly chat gpt is, and what is the basic platform of chat gpt, or you have just listened that word somewhere in media and have started asking for that? Okay, no worry. So even 3 months back I was also not aware what exactly chat gpt is. I was going to my social networking platform and I was seeing some post hashtag chat gpt something, and then I thought, okay, fine, let's go and do some research about this, because it is a buzzword nowadays. I'll not go and discuss what exactly chat gpt is, but what I know is right now whatever I am saying here you can go there and type it and you will get better knowledge on chat gpt. This is the world we are living right now, especially for you students like who are from the technological background. Chat gpt, ai, iot, or there are so many words. I think my first advice to all of you will be, please go, apart from your academics, please go and do some google on the social networking platform, what exactly is happening into the technological domain or the technological world. Chat gpt ko abhi aaya hua, I think it's launched in somewhere in November 2022. It's been 3 months already. There is a competitor in the market for chat gpt, and that competitor is from google, right? Because in the 3 month the biggest competitor of google is chat gpt, because we all go to google and we ask questions, but there is an app or then open ai where you can go and ask anything, and that ai is being developed day to day based on your feedback. So whatever you are asking, chat gpt is actually maturing itself. So it's going to be a biggest tool in next 1 year, and there are billions of dollars of investment which google is already doing to mature their new tool, which is called bird or bard, something like that, right? Bard, right? So my first take to you all will be, please go and make yourself aware about what exactly is happening onto the technological side. Now we all have seen pandemic wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. आप लोगों ने अपनी studies, I think last 2 years you did it from your home, then suddenly you went back to your campus. ऐसा क्या चेंज हुआ है जब आप लोग पेंडेमिक के बाद से यहाँ पे आए हो कि यू ऑल हैव टू बी रेडी फॉर दैट. सो द बिगेस्ट चेंज, जो कि सबसे बड़ा चेंज है, इज रिमोट वर्क और दीज थिंग्स. अर्लियर कंपनीज वाज कॉलिंग पीपल into their offices, do their jobs 9 to 5 and then went back to home. But after pandemic, the first thing which has been changed is remote working. So the one thing which all of you need, one advice from my side is be very flexible, because coming year 2-3 more years, all the companies require talents who are flexible on platforms. They don't need somebody who is a master of java or who is a master of .NET or something. They need people who have done or acquire knowledge almost from all the domains, right? So my advice to you will be, please do some certifications. How many of you are on github? Okay. And how many of you has your projects on github? Very good. So I think in this room we have 100 students. Out of 100 students, I have seen only 3 technology students on github. GitHub is the only platform where you can, like Priyanka said, brand yourself. GitHub is the only platform where you can brand yourself as a techie. You can show to the world what exactly you have learned in your BTech and what have you created in your BTech, right? Please go there, enroll yourself, throw some projects there, so that company like mine and Priyanka and other companies can go there and see what exactly this student have done. So last year I came to InCITe University and we were hiring some students from here, and there was a student who has done, I think, 10 projects on GitHub. 10 projects on GitHub, and those 10 projects was actually on some coding languages. We don't take the interview. हमने उसका interview भी नहीं लिया. Within 10 minutes he was a sure shot select. He is right now in my company and currently he is leading a product there. He is into the core team there, and he is into the core team of product, and he is leading that team. In next 1 year, probably he will be on some 2 other platforms, and the companies like us, we will involve him into other certifications. So it's a start for that student. Probably in next 3-4 years, he will be equipped with all those technology what industry demands. But what exactly he done before coming to these companies is he equipped himself what exactly I or company demands from him. So my advice will be, please go on to such platform, brand yourself, show some technological projects what you are learning there, so that at least I can see there and I can gauge your maturity, what exactly you are doing. Because for me as a student, if I'm coming and having your interview or anything, I know you all are from BTech, you might be having an idea of what is Java language and what is .NET language. But let me tell you, I think in next 3 to 4 year or maybe 5 year, I'll not be asking these questions to you. Probably my questions to you will be, what exact skill you have acquired in these 3-4 years of your BTech. This will be the questions, and based on those 5 minutes of interaction with you, I'll be deciding whether you are fit for my company or not fit for my company. Right? Before this company, it's into fintech, and we are doing some very niche technological things into this company. Probably one of the example of my company is, if you'll go in any store, Walmart, it's not in India but is outside, we are doing it. You don't need to wait into the queue for your billing and payment. You will simply go fill your basket, come out of the store, everything will be deducted from your pocket automatically. Maybe after 3-4 years, your retina of your eye probably will work like a UPA payment gateway, where you will be just looking at into the system, and there will be a deduction from the bank account. So these are the technologies where my company is working on, and we require students to have knowledge and idea of what exactly going on into these technologies. The basic, or you can say the legacy technical knowledge, I think it's an old mind. Probably every day we are changing, every day new technology is coming, and that is the expectation of the industry from all of you students. So I hope you all know what is IoT, right? IoT. I know. Yeah, I know. Okay. What is IoT? Any of you know what is IoT? Very good. Any example in this room of IoT? Any example in this room of IoT? Sorry? No. In this room, do we have anything which is IoT? Okay, no problem. सब चीज का आंसर आना जरूरी नहीं है. So let me tell you one thing. Whenever we hear such things, please go back and at least do some Google or research what exactly this is. So the watch which you are wearing right now, this is an IoT device, right? This is an IoT example. जब तक आप लोगों को ये नहीं पता होगा कि इस वर्ड का एक्चुअल मीनिंग क्या है, आप लोग उसमें कुछ भी नहीं बता पाओगे. अगर मैं आप लोगों से अभी पूछता हूँ व्हाट इज AI, प्रोबेबली आप सब बोलोगे दिस इज AI, बट एग्जैक्टली इफ आई नो ऑन विच प्लेटफॉर्म AI रन्स एंड हाउ डज इट वर्क, आई डोंट नो. मे बी आप में से कितने लोगों को पता होगा, बट that is the requirement which we as a industry leader is looking from the freshers like you. मैं अपने इंटरव्यूज में आपसे ये नहीं पूछूंगा कि जावा की कोडिंग कैसे करते हैं और आप मेरे को 5 लैंग्वेजेस के नाम बताओ, SQL सर्वर कैसे चलता है and all those stuff. No, I am not at all interested in that. What I am interested, or what the industry is interested in you, is technology or the attitude which you have. There are technology is one of the segment which is known for introverts. It is a very well saying कि एक जो कोडर होता है ना, वो सबसे इंट्रोवर्ट होता है, बिकॉज हिज मेन रोल इज टू डू कोडिंग, एंड कोडिंग आप एक रूम में भी बैठ के कर सकते हो. But the right attitude of a coder is the exact thing which we demands, because there are so many products on which you will be working on a daily basis, mainframes and all those stuff. I don't want any person who will say and come, I only want to do work on this particular platform. No, at the initial year, once you are ready for being hired, please make yourself flexible enough so that at least I have some sort of space or some sort of mentoring for you. If you will make yourself rigid to one particular direction, probably it will be a friction for you to get hired into companies wherever you want. So that would be one of my advice, so that you will be easily placed into some good companies. There is one show going on right now, very good show going on Sony TV. Very good. So any good thing you note about Shark Tank season 2? Okay. Any other thing? Okay. So इस बार शार्क टैंक में जो सबसे यूनिक चीज है, आई थिंक लास्ट सीजन 1 मैंने इतने ध्यान से नहीं देखा था, बट ये सीजन मैंने काफी ध्यान से देखा है. आउट ऑफ ऑल दी पिचेस जो कि वहां पे मारी गई हैं आपके इन्वेस्टर्स के आगे, ऑलमोस्ट ऑल दी पिचेस 50% जितनी भी पिचेस थी, दीज वर फ्रॉम दी एज ग्रुप बिलो 25 ईयर. आई थिंक आप लोगों का एज ग्रुप इज 20, 21, 22, 23. आधी पिचेस 25 साल से नीचे के लोगों ने मारी है, और जो कि बहुत डिफरेंट डोमेन में काम कर रहे हैं. सम ऑफ देम आर इवन नॉट ग्रेजुएट एनफ. वो ग्रेजुएट्स भी नहीं है, कॉलेज ड्रॉप आउट्स हैं, कुछ उसमें से इंजीनियर ग्रेजुएट्स हैं, बट दे आर जनरेटिंग, उनकी कंपनी का जो वैल्यूएशन वहां पे जा रहा है, इट्स इनटू करोड़, 10 करोड़, 20 करोड़, एंड दे आर नॉट डूइंग एनीथिंग विच इज आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स, नथिंग. They are simply applying these things, IoT, AI, and all those stuff, and they are just trying to find out the idea. So professors here in college may teach you how exactly AI work, how exactly IoT work. But जो idea है वो I think आप लोगों को खुद generate करना पड़ेगा to apply your knowledge. So why I have given this example of Shark Tank is this is the world which we are living right now. You are living in a world where we are having three generations, millennials, X, Y, Z generation. So lots of competition going on right now. Probably, if you will need, if you will not update yourself on a daily basis, probably you can achieve 95%, 100% in your BTech. But maybe for next 1 or 2 year it will be good. After that, it will be purely and purely your knowledge and your experience what you will get from these platforms and these things. So I think please go in deep into these things, understand what is the logic, what is the application of this thing, and it will be a good idea for you to get that knowledge, right? So there is one more thing which is right now happening, and I know students are working on those roles, is blockchain. What exactly blockchain is? Blockchain सुना है कभी आप लोगों ने? Okay, क्या होता है? What is the application? Like blockchain है तो but कर क्या रहा है वो?
Students, I'm sure many of you know the answer. Please
गलत भी
speak
बताओगे
out.
चलेगा, don't worry.
Speak out.
Cryptocurrency, okay, fine. Okay, so don't worry. ब्लॉकचेन इज नथिंग. आज के बाद से आपकी मे बी आफ्टर 10 ईयर आप जो डिग्री अभी आपको अमेठी यूनिवर्सिटी दे रहा है, राइट, देयर इज ए सिग्नेचर ऑफ द वाइस चांसलर एट द एंड ऑफ दैट डिग्री. व्हाट दैट सिग्नेचर डू इज दैट सिग्नेचर एक्चुअली वैलिडेट्स दैट पर्टिकुलर डॉक्यूमेंट कि ये डॉक्यूमेंट वैलिडेटेड है, राइट. उसके लिए आपको कॉलेज आना पड़ता है, कन्वोकेशन होता है, एंड देन यू गेट दैट डिग्री एंड ऑल दोज स्टफ. आई थिंक आज से 5 साल के बाद जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, बिकॉज वो सर्टिफिकेट एक ब्लॉकचेन के थ्रू आपके पास आ जाएगा जो कि ऑथेंटिकेटेड सर्टिफिकेट होगा, राइट. सो डेफिनेटली उस स्पेस में कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा हो रहा है जिसकी वजह से आने वाले टाइम में AR VR ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी, राइट, आप लोगों ने बहुत सारे गेम्स खेले होंगे, पता है ना AR क्या होता है? क्या होता है? इंस्टाग्राम फिल्टर्स, ओके. वो वाला नहीं जिसमें आपके कान नाक बन के आ जाता है अपने आप, राइट. सो AR क्या है? अभी हम सेमिनार यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं. मे बी आई थिंक आफ्टर 5 ईयर इस सेमिनार में मेरी जरूरत नहीं होगी फिजिकली यहाँ पे. देयर विल बी समथिंग प्रोजेक्टेड लाइक माइन हेयर. आप लोग भी अपने घर पे बैठे होगे, मेटावर्स, राइट. आप लोग अपने घर पे बैठे होगे, मैं अपने घर पे बैठा हूँ, बट एम्बियंस सेम ऐसा ही होगा. एंड यू विल बी फीलिंग लाइक यू आर सिटिंग इन टू ए सेमिनार रूम और वहां पे आपको लेक्चर मिल रहा है, राइट. So these are the spaces where actually you guys should have interest and you should have some knowledge into these spaces, because language की knowledge, technological knowledge, आपकी books में क्या लिखा हुआ है, all those stuff is good. Yes, you should have those basic knowledge of yourself. But what is going to happen after 5 year, 10 year is exactly your career is. अगर आप उस चीज में अभी से अपने आप को equipped नहीं करोगे, probably you will be very, very far behind in the race. Every year I don't know how many students pass out in India every year, but I was sitting here and I was asking ma'am कि अमेठी इस कैंपस में कितने पास आउट होते हैं. आई थिंक समवेयर 1500 2000 स्टूडेंट्स every year pass out only into BTech. Just imagine, out of those 100 only 100 is sitting here, and out of those 100 only 5 or 10 students actually know जिन चीजों को मैंने पूछा जो कि पिछले 2 साल से ऑलरेडी इंडिया में चल रही हैं. So you can very well understand, and I'm not demeritating all of you. It is just you should equip yourself into these technological buzzword or whatever you say, so that you feel some sort of confidence in whatever industry you are going. Probably it will be very easy for you to get an entry and just train yourself there. So I was just reading one of the post on LinkedIn. A UPI payment, I think pandemic was one of the area जहाँ पे उससे पहले पेटीएम कंपनी किसी को नहीं पता थी कि पेटीएम एक्चुअली थी कंपनी, बट नॉर्मली ज्यादा लोग उसको यूज नहीं करते थे. पेंडेमिक वाज दी वन ऑफ द टाइम जब पेटीएम को सबसे बड़ा बूस्ट मिला, सॉरी डीमोनेटाइजेशन, यस, तब पेटीएम को सबसे ज्यादा बूस्ट मिला. एंड आई वाज रीडिंग कि आउट ऑफ ऑल द ट्रांजैक्शंस, अभी इंडिया में 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन है, राइट. आउट ऑफ दोज 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन, 140 करोड़ लोग में से ओनली 42% पीपल is having internet and using UPI or transaction. Can you imagine जब ये इंटरनेट की रीच 1.4 बिलियन लोगों के पास चली जाएगी तो यूपीआई का जो ट्रांजैक्शन है वो किस लेवल पे चला है? वी आर ऑलरेडी टॉपिंग एट द चार्ट इन वर्ल्ड, राइट? सो ये क्वेश्चन आपके पास क्यों है? क्योंकि आप में से कुछ लोग ऐसी कंपनीज में जाएंगे जो प्रोडक्ट डेवलप कर रहे होंगे इस चीज में. सो यू शुड गैदर नॉलेज हाउ these financial transactions, these products and these platforms. माइक्रो सर्विसेज सुना है किसी ने क्या होता है? आपके बीटेक में एक सब्जेक्ट भी होता है और एक चैप्टर भी होता है, माइक्रो सर्विसेज. ये किस स्ट्रीम के हैं? फाइनल सेमेस्टर. फाइनल सेमेस्टर. ओके. एनी ऑफ यू हर्ड माइक्रो सर्विसेज? ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम. सो माइक्रो सर्विसेज में बता देता हूँ, वो बहुत सारी जॉब खा चुका है ऑलरेडी. आज से पहले जब दिवाली या होली आती थी तो अमेजन और फ्लिपकार्ट की बहुत सेल बढ़ जाती थी, बिकॉज वो अपनी दिवाली सेल लॉन्च करते थे उस पे, राइट? जब उनकी सेल बढ़ती थी तो उनके सर्वर्स पे बहुत सारा लोड आता था, बिकॉज बहुत सारे लोग उनके सर्वर पे ट्रांजेक्शन्स करते थे. तो जिस कंपनी में मैं हूँ, हमारे जैसे काफी लोग जाते थे दिवाली की रात में ओवर टाइम करते थे, जस्ट टू कीप दी सर्वर अप एंड रनिंग, सो दैट सर्वर ढप ना हो, बिकॉज उस दिन अगर सर्वर डाउन हो गया तो जो भी सेल है वो होगी नहीं. बट व्हाट एग्जैक्टली माइक्रो सर्विसेज डिड इज, माइक्रो सर्विसेज ने वर्चुअल सर्वर्स बना दिए विदाउट एनी मैनुअल इंटरवेंशन ऑफ एनी टेकी. मुझे ऑफिस में जाने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. जैसे ही मेरा लोड एक लिमिट तक आया, उस लिमिट के बाद मेरा दूसरा वर्चुअल सर्वर ऑटोमेटिकली क्लाउड पे क्रिएट हो जाएगा, दूसरा फिल हुआ, तीसरा क्रिएट हो जाएगा, चौथा क्रिएट हो जाएगा, राइट? सो दिस इज माइक्रो सर्विसेज. आप सारे लोग पेटीएम यूज करते हो. आज से 5 साल पहले जब पेटीएम का एक भी लिंक डाउन होता था तो पूरा पेटीएम बंद हो जाता था. लेकिन आज की डेट में कभी भी पूरा पेटीएम, कोई भी पूरी बैंक की वेबसाइट बंद नहीं होती है. व्हाई? बिकॉज वो माइक्रो सर्विसेज पे काम कर रही हैं. आपका एक पेज का एक लिंक बंद हो सकता है, पूरा प्रोडक्ट बंद नहीं होगा. पेटीएम में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का टैब बंद हो सकता है फोन बिल्स का टैब बंद ना हो. दिस इज माइक्रो सर्विसेज. और ये जब हम फ्रेशर्स को अपने यहाँ से हायर करते हैं, दिस इज द फर्स्ट थिंग विच वी टीच टू अवर फ्रेशर्स, बिकॉज मेरी कंपनी जो है उस कंपनी में ये बहुत ही बेसिक नीड है, बेसिक आस्क है जो कि हम करते हैं, बिकॉज वी आर इनटू फिनटेक. सो हम ये सर्वर्स और इन सब चीजों पे हम प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप करते हैं. सो माई पर्टिकुलर से टू ऑल ऑफ यू इज, whatever you are learning, this is good, but I think apart from your books, please go and read these things, what exactly is demanding in market. I think Priyanka ने कुछ roles बताए थे जो is in demand and I agree with those things. DevOps, these all are the things. जब मैं आपको हायर करूंगा, probably you will be a basic engineer for me, but एक साल के बाद आप लोग मुझसे आके पूछोगे, सर what is my actual role in the company, right? DevOps एक रोल है जिसमें बंदा, DevOps की फुल फॉर्म अगर आप लोगों को डेवलपमेंट ऑपरेशंस, ये वो बंदा होता है जो डेवलपमेंट भी करता है और ऑपरेशंस भी देखता है. डेवलपमेंट मतलब आप कोडिंग भी करोगे, बट उस कोडिंग को डिप्लॉय कैसे करना है आपको वो भी करना पड़ेगा. सो अगर आप सिर्फ मेरे पास डेवलपमेंट लेके आओगे और आपकी यूनिकनेस उसी में होगी, प्रोबेबली आफ्टर 5 ईयर आपको नहीं पता होगा कि डेवऑप्स का क्या रोल है आपकी कंपनी में. एंड देन यू विल बी टेस्टिंग इज वन ऑफ द रोल एज दैट. आपको पता होगा, राइट? मैनुअल टेस्टर, ऑटोमेशन टेस्टर, ये सारे कुछ रोल्स हैं. प्रोबेबली दीज रोल्स आर गोइंग टू बी वेरी वेरी बिग in coming future and you all need to focus on to that. Then apart from that, certifications is one thing. I would advise, please go and do some certifications. आप में से कितने लोगों ने certifications करे हुए हैं? अभी करे हैं किसी ने कुछ? ओके, AWS पता है किसी को क्या होता है? ओके, किसी ने कोई certifications कर रखे हैं? Yeah, I know. Okay, good. My advice, and this is purely my advice to all of you, please do some certifications. Please do some certifications, at least AWS basic और specialized एक level up का certifications आप करिए, because that is very important. Coming year में nothing is going to be on physical servers, everything is mostly on cloud. Unless and until आप लोग cloud के बारे में एक basic knowledge नहीं लोगे, probably you will not be a student for me to hire. Frankly speaking, it is a bitter truth, but yes, please go and do some certifications apart from your regular academics. 3 महीने 6 महीने के सर्टिफिकेशंस होते हैं. आई थिंक आप बीटेक के लास्ट सेमेस्टर में वो कर सकते हो. इसका फायदा आपको तब होगा जब कोई कंपनी आपको हायर करेगी एंड आपके सीवी में सबसे पहली लाइन ये लिखी होगी कि आपने एक सर्टिफिकेशंस भी करा है. लास्ट ईयर जब हम यहाँ पे आए थे, एक स्टूडेंट था, उसने सर्टिफिकेशंस करे हुए थे. एंड प्लीज मैम उसके बारे में बता सकती हैं. ही हैज बीन हायर्ड इनटू माय कंपनी. And these are the things actually we require. Attitude, behavioral aspect are the second thing which we actually see into the students, which they should have. Rigidness, no. Please be flexible. I think these all are the things which I would just like to tell all of you. Get yourself equipped with these things. Probably it is going to help you very much in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an absolute honor to listen to your words of wisdom. I am delighted to introduce our next speaker, Colonel Sunil Kapila, Head of Athenia Tech Cybersecurity Training and Risk Consulting. Colonel Sunil Kapila is a subject matter expert in business resilience, data privacy, and production. He specializes in implementation of cybersecurity training programs. He is an expert in exploring new technologies and tinkering with emerging tech implementations of AI, ML, and cloud. Sir, it's my honor to invite you to share your insights with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be here. We heard a lot of words of wisdom from the industry stalwarts. So you're going to hear something from this old sage who served this country for 35 years. Okay, so let me start with the question. When did you start preparing? When do you start preparing for a job in the industry? Anyone? Come on. I have nothing to say. Only to have a conversation with you. Come on. No one?
When do you start your preparation?
You don't.
What, sir,
Nobody is going to take a job in the industry after hearing to Mr. Gaurav so much of motivation and so much of food for thought he gave you as to how you should go about preparing. All right. He says second and third years. Anyone? Anyone else? No one else?
Second year?
Wonderful.
Tell it aloud.
Give her a hand. This girl said, since school, I've been looking for a job. Fantastic. So when you're looking for a job, when you are at school or leaving school, so that the day you enter and got admission to this college, you should have a roadmap for yourself. What do I want to be 5-10 years ahead? And then you start preparing for it. Technology is blockchain today. Blockchain is incidentally a distributed, immutable computation platform. Okay? And that is why it gives you so much of trust and resilience. It doesn't need a central banker. That is how it's transformed. And I struggle with it in the dark web. Cryptocurrency is a big pain for the cybersecurity people because it brings anonymity. And we have to track what? Criminals who are doing illegal stuff. We also have to track fintech guys doing money laundering. That's the job I do. Right. So fantastic. What's your name? Shrishti. Shrishti has given us a great insight. The day you are entering this college, you should have, this is what I want to be 4 years from now. So what I'm trying to say is, it's all about problem solving. It's all about what you want to do with yourself. You're a very precious resource. You, me, we are all the guys who created all these technologies, right? The human mind and the energy. So what do you need to do? We are not just learning कि ठीक है मैं इनकी जॉब ले लूंगा. इन्होंने बोला ब्लॉकचेन लेके आना तो मैं ले लूंगा. That is a small snippet of what he's telling. But if you remember, if you said I'm going to here to solve some problems, I'm too much interested in this aspect of life or world itself. It interests me. So what does it tell you? You got to have a basic inquisitiveness about what, how, when, what's happening. Not because it's going to be asked by the professor in the course curriculum or it's going to be helping you job. It's incidental. Jobs are incidental. Right? You want to do something, you're interested in it. In today's world of technology, knowledge at your fingertips, it's all there. You don't even need a mentor, you don't even need a guide, actually speaking. You don't even need a company, actually, if you ask me. It's you, yourself, and your band of friends, right? So please make it a habit to be inquisitive. Make it a habit to set up a long-term goal for yourself. Don't get caught by, oh, mere ko to job mil gaya, very good. And then you come and say, hey, this sucks. This bloody job sucks. Because you didn't know, oh, sir, kuch to milna tha na, main le liya IT. But actually, I'm a mechanical engineer, you know. I like gadgets. So damn it, go ahead and build gadgets. Do something in gadgets. And as somebody said, madam said, support technology is there for you to adopt. Who won't want a bright spark like you? Everybody's bright spark cannot be in digital marketing or digital platform or GP, OT or whatever we were talking about. I've dealt with IoT. I'm a military guy. I've done installation in nuclear command and control systems. Okay, so I know what IoT is. A real critical infrastructure protection, not these watches and all that we're talking about. Okay, how do you get there? Because I was interested. You wanted to touch deeper technology. You wanted to do deep engineering. I'm not saying that is the only thing you should ought to do, but that is what you should always continuously ask you. The worst problem you can do to yourself is to be a confused lot. And I'm very sorry, many of us are very confused. Is that true or not? All of you know what you want to do? All of you want to be on FinTech? For example, just because Mr. Gaurav is there, he is looking for bright sparks. 100, 200, 300. The world is endless. Problem solving solutions are endless. And you are all a unique people. One human being is not the same as the other human being. Remember that. It is only the foundations of integrity, discipline, hard work, and your foresight and your capacity to work hard. That's all what I look for. And it can tell. I don't even read a CV when I meet somebody, when I take for interview. I don't. Because half of it is copied. Another big counter knowledge I will give you. General knowledge is no knowledge. Do you agree? As engineer graduates, so you cannot say, sir, I have some general knowledge about it. I have some little bit idea about IoT. I have got some little bit idea about blockchain. If you say that you are in this particular field, whatever field it is, not necessarily this blockchain, IoT or whatever, right? You got to have very depth. If not the solution finding or the product finding, at least you should have a great depth in knowing what the problem is. Most of the time we end up building up wrong services, wrong products, because we don't understand what the real problem is. So that is also a great skill you should have. And when do you do that? When your eyes are open, when you are exploring, experimenting. And when is the time to experiment? Anyone? When Mr. Gaurav has hired you, you want to go and experiment and break his launch date of his product? Is that the time? You think any company is going to let you do that? Right. So when is the good time? Time is now. Yes. And how do you go about doing it? Come on. The time was yesterday. Okay, if you didn't do it yesterday, but let's do it now. Get together, and all these platforms he's talking about, fancy, very good platforms. It is not there to project you, damn it. It is to collaborate and work together. Like-minded people. Hey, Mr. Gaurav, I saw you there. Can you guide me into this? What? I'm stuck here. And there comes the help. Somebody will tell you, hey, why don't you look at this? I was facing the same problem and I did this. It got resolved. Those are the problems. It's not about any code or something like that, as he rightly said. Right? Those days are gone when say, acha, Java aati hai, .NET aati hai, chalo aa jao. No way. But that also doesn't mean that you have general knowledge only. All right? General knowledge 11th. I read a big book of 11th class, ma'am. It says artificial intelligence. 9th class की किताब में artificial intelligence लिखा है. And it teaches you 5 lines of Hello World program. Yeah, I mean, fine. They're introducing the subject. So don't get zapped by these big fancy words. That is one thing I actually detest is buzzwords. It's hard code engineering, which we always did, is still happening, and those engineering stuff is what is making this fancy with new, what do you call old wine and new bottles. Jargons. Don't get zapped by jargons. All right, all of us are not so bright. Law of averages, 20%, 80% ratio, we all know. 20% people perform, 80% ride on them. You know, the Pareto curve. I'm not an economist. I know all this. I'm an 11th class passed from National Defense Academy. That's my qualification. I have no other degree. Oh, I have, but I acquired it on the way because, hey, I said I need to know this, so let me learn this. So you're doing certification ki ye Gaurav ne manga tha, certification layo sir, job de do. He may not still take you. He might still say कि भैया तू बोल कुछ रहा है, तेरी बॉडी लैंग्वेज और कुछ दिखा रही है, तेरी कन्विक्शन दिख नहीं रही है, कुछ है दिखाने को, दिखाओ. तो है नहीं कुछ दिखाने को. So the best thing is, if you're already putting a head down, build something, be it social media platform, be it Bitcoin, blockchain, whatever. Or one thing I can advise you to the average guy. I'm an average guy, okay? Military guys में आप बोलते हैं ना, सब नालायक लोग जाते हैं उधर. The best quality of engineering exposure you get in the defense, okay? Have you ever seen a submarine? I worked on a submarine. Have you worked on a radar? I worked with Lockheed Martin. Simulator F-16. Have you seen a F-16? वो पिक्चर में देखा होगा, shotgun में. I worked on it. Just because I was in the proud Indian Army and I put my head and heart into what I was learning. I got these opportunities. I don't want to profess you that you should join the defense, but that was a wonderful opportunity. DRDO labs is where I learned most of my engineering. People say, "Arey sir, thaka hua hai, paise zyada nahi deta." Arey damn it, look at the library they have. Look at the instrumentation they have. You'll never get it in companies like this or mine. वो कहेगा भाई चुपचाप से लैपटॉप ले, शुरू हो जा. Work on simulations. Electronic engineers don't know how to use what do you call spectrum analyzer. वो कहते सर इसलिए PhD चाहिए, इतना मुश्किल कैसे सर, सिखाया नहीं हमको. मैडम ने सिखा दिया, जो सिखाना था फाउंडेशन सिखा दिया. No, you have to go through first principles, learn it, and get an exposure, dig your hands in. So, mechanical engineering क्यों नहीं लेते हैं मालूम? अरे बहुत hard work है यार, floor में काम करना पड़ता है. I have to go and build, I have to sweat it out. So if that's the motivation of you to come to IT because you will get some nice jobs and slick offices, I'm sorry, it won't work. Because GPT, UPT will take over and say, "Chalo niklo yaar." Managers are extinct already. Nobody needs a manager anymore. 5 years from now, he's also trying to threat you that कि भाई तुम्हारी भी शायद जरूरत ना पड़े. Yeah. So what do you have to re-innovate yourself? You have to create something. If you are creating artificial intelligence, you have to create a higher intelligence. Right or wrong? So, moral of the story is, no journal. Take some five क्या कहते हो, takeaways. I have nothing more to offer. No general knowledge from now on. वो quiz shows ये, वो quid, वो जो Britannica quiz, this quiz, that थे, that's not knowledge. Knowledge is exploration. Okay, you get leave, you get term breaks. What do you guys do on a term break? No. You get holidays, no? Everybody loves the holiday, damn it. So what do you do on a holiday? Holiday means not Sunday. बीच में break मिलता ना, अब semester break मिलता है कि नहीं? What do you do? Hey, this is a serious question, damn it. It's a very, very important question. Anyone? Nobody takes a holiday. Sleep it out. Go to the movies. Or shut on, what do you call, Twitter. The whole world is not Twitter, damn it. And you know what's happening to Twitter anyway. I'm glad that guy came and kicked these fat asses out of the company who were doing nothing there anyway. Yeah, because he's a bloody engineer. He wants those kind of a guys who come and add value, who do something good, who build something. And not ऐसे ही इधर उधर का थोड़ा मार लो. Sir, you don't know this option, ना? ऐसे करते हैं तो ऐसे फोटो हो जाता है. So what's the big deal? So what's the big deal about it? So don't waste your time on these social media platforms. What was that? Hey, listen, holiday. College doesn't give you holidays? I'm very bad. Hey, listen, the best knowledge, best education, knowledge is when you travel. You have a rucksack, you have a laptop, and you have a mobile. Yeah, Paytm दिया हुआ है इसने. Travel the world. How many of you traveled? Hey, listen. How many of you travel the world? Nobody. How many are part of International Youth Hostel
There's
membership?
somebody raised your hand. You can stand up and say,
Come on. Where all you travel? What did you do?
You raised your hand.
Hey, not Papa's money, okay? I mean, real rucksack. Such a beautiful country we have. You don't travel. You don't see anything. You don't find problems. You don't find solutions to be done. Hey, I've got an idea. You know, इस जगह में ये कर सकता हूँ मैं. I've got. He's talking about digital reach. So why are you not there already where the digital reach is going to reach? Maybe you are there already waiting. Lao sir, lao apna Paytm lao. I'll set up a center here. I will disseminate knowledge here. Hey, this is life, man. And isn't it beautiful if four of you traveling to Ladakh and setting up anything there? I love that place because it's so much closer to nature. और travel नहीं करते हो, छुट्टियां नहीं लेते हो. I'm sorry, ma'am. ये lecture से कोई फायदा नहीं है if they don't travel. I'm telling you honestly. You must travel. Oh, hold it. There is a caveat. You must travel. Hey, listen, and earn your way through. You should go and even work. You should innovate, or you should come back and say, hey, I travel and I find A, B, C, D. These are the kind of things. If we do, I've made it, man. अच्छा ठीक है ये टेस्ट आ रहा है उसको भी कर लेंगे ठीक है. Haven't you heard of all these big guys who eulogize and set up these companies? They dropped out of colleges. Why did they drop out? Because so impatient. They want to get their hands on something. क्या है ये डिग्रियां फिग्रियां क्या है? Yeah, हमारे टाइम में ठीक था. You know, we didn't have books. I had to go to Chandni Chowk and buy a Fortran book to learn programming. And वो भी instructor used to hide that book behind it. कि ज्यादा क्वेश्चन पूछ लेगा मेरे से इंटेलिजेंट निकल आएगा. That is the generation I come from. You can see my generation. But I travel. I carry my laptop with me. I'm always at work. And I love it. People say, sir, आप क्या कर रहे हो? Sir, ऐश करो, golf खेलो, ये करो, वो करो. मैंने कहा, this is ash for me, yaar. I love this. So listen, the last message for you. Oh, भाई साहब, सुन लीजिए. This is golden words coming from a Kargil veteran. Okay. I fought a war there and still I'm a technologist. Okay. Not because you have to clap for me. What I'm trying to tell you is every moment of your life, 24 hours gone. I wish I was back, time machine back into your thing and starting up all over again. Right. So you should be having that energy, but with a clear mandate. What he is telling, I agree with Gaurav in one thing. कि भैया ये skill will करने से काम नहीं चलेगा सिर्फ. I'm adding another caveat to it. But damn it, go deep down in. वो उसको ऊपर की भाषा नहीं चाहिए. Sir, okay, give me 5 points about blockchain. Give me 5.1 IoT. वो सर हट के जाएंगे और बोलेंगे, अरे, come on. It won't happen. Even if you get a job, you'll get booted out. Because ये तो सर ये तो बहुत मुश्किल है मेरे लिए, ये तो मेरे को पता ही नहीं है, मेरे को तो और कुछ करना था. This is another big thing I find with most of us young people. I am also young, okay? सर मेरे को ना इसका शौक है, वो नहीं करना था. This is another thing. Get out of it. Get out of it. Gaurav hires you and gives you a job. He says, come on, get cracking. सर क्या है सर, मेरे को टेस्टर बना दिया, मेरे को टेस्टर बना दिया था. मैं तो बिल्कुल फुल स्टैक डेवलपर. आजकल है ना फैशन, फुल स्टैक डेवलपर. पिछले साल रिएक्ट था, एंगुलर था, अब रिएक्ट आ गया, अब फ्लटर आ गया, फ्लटर. व्हाट द हेल. अच्छा एक और बात बता दो तो, नेवर डू दिस. एंड दिस इज व्हाट ही इज योर एचआर. आई एम नॉट एचआर यार, बट आई कम फ्रॉम मिलिट्री. The world's first management company was the international military. All these theories of management science have come from military, okay? Battlefield में कैसे manage करते हैं with constraints. All these have now been polished by these American universities and given you these glossy stuff. But no other better management than military. Ground, because we were there on the ground, on the situation, on the ball. Had to take decision, lead your men and bring them back safely. That was the mission you were in, okay? You couldn't say कि सर ये तो पढ़ा ही नहीं था, रेडियो काम नहीं कर रहा है, रेडियो मेरा काम नहीं कर रहा था सर, सिखाया नहीं था, एमएटी में तो गया था वो सर, कुछ नहीं पढ़ाया उन्होंने. No, I'm just telling, right? This is what we do. We are always complaining. सर कुछ नहीं पढ़ाते हैं, सर इतना पैसा ले लेते हैं, कुछ पढ़ाते नहीं है. Right? Hey, don't do that, okay? It's your life. They're not interested. I am not interested in your life. You have to be most interested in your bloody life. What do you want to do? It's only one lifetime you have, right? Make the best of it. Life skills. और सबको स्विमिंग आती है? झूठ मत बोलो. मैम स्विमिंग पूल खुला है, अभी जाके डुबकी लगाऊंगा, देखता हूँ कितने तैरते हैं और कितने डूबते हैं. Right? So what I'm trying to tell you is inquisitiveness, travel, be confident. That's all यार. बाकी तो भगवान ने हम सबको ब्रेन दिया है, एक जैसा ही दिया है. अगर हम बिल गेट्स या वो इलॉन मस्क होते तो अभी तक कुछ कर लिया होता. But ठीक है, we are also human. We are also doing a great job, and collectively we can also beat them. Right? We should aspire. और क्या है मेरे पास? Hybrid work. यार ये ना अब hybrid खत्म कर दो यार. I mean, if you want to be a real engineer, lift your bums up, get to work, sit on a bench and bloody crack away. रोज आइए सर, work from home, sir, I'm traveling so much, sir. Sir, technology है ना, मैं teams पे आ जाऊंगा. I will join the teams. I will do this. I will do that. अरे यार, COVID था, बचा लिया. People have transformed, still kept you intact with your jobs. That's enough. Now get back to real hardcore engineering. Okay, be it cloud. You think cloud needs to, you have to go to the cloud or what? No. I'll give you an anecdote. I don't take the name of the big four, huh? You all guys aspire for big four, ship four. अबे कुछ नहीं आता है यार. Marketing companies हैं, consulting companies. Not place for youngsters like you, engineering graduates. Don't quote me that I was bad. They are good at some things, but white-haired guys, experienced consultants, stuff like that. Not for you guys, damn it. I went to teach. Somebody said, "Hey, do you know anything about digital forensics?" Military आदमी है यार. So what about it? यार वो उधर से हैदराबाद में जाके ना कोर्स करना है. I am a consultant for BSI. उनके लिए external partner consultant हुए. GDPR, right? तो मैंने forensics कब है सर? 1 year back, 1 महीना आगे. We are working on and so you think you have it? Yes sir, just tell them. TV बनाया. I worked for 15 days myself, learning what digital forensic is. लैब है ना, लैपटॉप है ना, सब कुछ है मेरे पास, मोबाइल है, सब कुछ है, मैंने निकाल दिया. And I went there little apprehensive कि यार बेइज्जती ना हो जाए कि इसको आता नहीं है कुछ. You know what? They brought in the HR and said, "Sir, आप बहुत एडवांस सिखा रहे हैं, ये थोड़ा हल्के. We will get another course done by you to teach you the thing." So what does it mean? What does it mean? If Gaurav says 1 month down, I'm hiring for cloud computing, and if you really think that's the way you should go, what will you do? If I was you, you know what? I would have learned cloud computing right now and gone to him and said, sir, ये रहा, 1 साल तो उन्होंने free दिया था तुमको account. Did all of you created AWS? Why did it grow? Why did they take a leap over the others? Because they get free accounts for you to bloody dabble and get your hands on it. All these micro services and all that, what he's talking about. Log banate hain full stack development. They don't know zilch about cloud. They don't know how it's hosted, how it should be hosted. And I'm a cyber. You know why I'm telling you all this? Because I bring the system down. And then I tell the big iconic accounts, कि सर थोड़ा सेफ्टी भी देख लो, बड़े अच्छे चमकते हुए चेहरे हैं आपकी वेबसाइट पे, but there is no security there. I pulled this data out, and then the CTO and CIO say, so please don't do surface work. Don't do shallow work. Engineering work is not shallow. Mission critical. Your aspiration today, sir, I want to work in ISRO. How many for going for ISRO? Nobody. बड़ा रगड़ा देते हैं मैम, बहुत बाहर नहीं जाने देते, बहुत जबरदस्त कोडिंग करनी पड़ती है. Nobody's got the, sorry for ladies are there, I can't use the military language. Nobody's got the, you know what, to go and work there. Why? You're working where? You're sending rockets up to the moon, damn it. You don't want to be part of that game. You want to be only the digital payment and all. और WhatsApp के ऊपर बैठ के ऐसे खत्म हो जाएंगे ये WhatsApp once the cyber security clouds down. Only good thing which is happening in India is things are looking up. Why? Because we started building products. Thank God for that. अभी तक तो सर्विस देके थैला लेके सर्विस. And you know what? Let me give you a statistic why it's so dangerous for a country. I'm glad this government is doing something about it. I hope they're doing it and not just talking about it. Okay? एक जहाज कितने का आता है? मिलिट्री जहाज, वो F-16, F-35, और हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं. तुम लोग का सारा महीने midnight oil burning, earning foreign exchange goes off in one plane. Understand the seriousness of what I'm talking. Okay? Don't be only excited with this IT games only. When are we going to build new routers, IoT devices? The simplest thing to make. उसके लिए open source technology है. Raspberry Pi सुना नाम? बनाया कुछ उससे? No, sir. So then what, sir? What you did, sir? Why didn't you make anything when it's there? 5,000 rupees. You are spending so much for your tafri, 5,000. Why didn't you get that product? Why did you wait for professors to tell you कि अब बनाओ, नंबर मिलेंगे? अरे नंबर को मारो गोली. Numbers have no value. Yeah, I mean he's right in saying एक सर्टिफिकेट ले लेना यार, उससे थोड़ा credibility बढ़ जाती है. But that's not going to take you away, far away. वो हैकर हुकर का कोर्स बड़ी बकवास कोर्स होता है यार. मल्टीपल चॉइस, टक 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 टक. क्या है, क्या नॉलेज है उसमें? नो नॉलेज. इफ यू कैन ब्रिंग हिज वेबसाइट डाउन टुमारो, प्राइज मिले. या फिनटेक है ना, डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, फिनटेक मैं कर रहा हूं. मैं जिस दिन मेरा अवार्ड ये होगा, मैं इसका वेबसाइट डाउन कर दूंगा, इसका पोर्टल डाउन कर दूंगा. So that is what, if you are interested in security, then you shouldn't do that destructive things if you are not interested in security. Offensive, आजकल बहुत बातें बड़ी करते हैं. सर चाइना ने हमको हैक कर दिया. Why are you not hacking him? Because you don't know firewall कहाँ होता है, कैसे bypass करते हैं, कैसे करते हैं, कुछ नहीं मालूम. सर ये सिस्को का, सर सिस्को सर्टिफिकेशन लाया हूँ. अबे छोड़ो यार. And आजकल इतने अच्छे टूल हमारे पास थे नहीं यार कुछ. I have a table, I have 4 computers. इसमें ये चलता है, इसमें ये कंसल्टिंग होती है, ये होती है. और मैं सोचता हूँ कि कोई लड़के मिल जाए. मैडम को बोल रहा था मैं ओवर लंच, मैम ये 4th सेमेस्टर के लड़कों में जानवर नहीं है कुछ क्या? और they will go for this thing. You know, I took interview such painstakingly, 4 channels. I cleared 4, 5, 6 boys and girls. Not one of them joined. You know why? Because वो पेटीएम में जाना है, वो बड़ा है कंपनी, हम छोटे हैं. बट डैम इट, एक साल छोटे में ही सीखोगे, जो कॉलेज में नहीं सीखा वो मेरे पास ही सीखोगे। ये तो आप पूछ लो, गौरव से पूछ लो, और गौरव वहां पहुंचा है, वहीं से ऐसे ही क्या होगा वो, उसको कोई, आर यू फ्रॉम मैसेच्यूसेट्स? ही इज नॉट फ्रॉम मैसेच्यूसेट्स एंड ऑल दैट, वो यहीं से गया है ऊपर, तो यहीं से जाओगे। देयर इज नो शॉर्टकट फॉर सक्सेस। तो व्हाट 5 W हम सीखते हैं आर्मी में, और लाइफ में हर एक चीज पे लगा दिया करो, हर एक सोल्यूशन में। व्हाट ही सेड, व्हाट इज दिस टेक्नोलॉजी यू आर ऑल अबाउट? आई वांट टू नो मोर अबाउट इट। वेयर, कहाँ एम्प्लॉय होती है, कहाँ डिप्लॉय होती है? सच सिंपल आंसर्स। या आई कैन राइट थीसिस ऑन दिस। व्हेन, कब करूंगा मैं? When do I have to get ready with all these skills, and how do I go and build it? Well, that's all. Life problem can be solved. What, where, when, with what? With what tools? Okay. If I say, what is your tool set? Sorry, आप प्रोफेसर हैं? हाँ, आप लग रहे हो ऐसे प्रोफेसर। हाँ। So बताइए, what is your tool set? और HR का टूल सेट नहीं होता है क्या? So what do you, so you will just fill out what you have heard from Gaurav, कि मैं ये देखता हूँ कैंडिडेट में, और दैट मैडम
गौरव के साथ ही है।
अच्छा, गौरव का ही है, अब गौरव की कंपनी की है। अच्छा अच्छा। ओ, आई एम टॉकिंग टू दोज इंजीनियर्स आउट देयर। ओए उथे ऐसे भी सुन लो भाई, की कर रहे हो पीछे? ओ हेलो।
Excuse me.
Students, we are going to wrap up the session very soon, so please pay attention.
Hey, you guys think I'm talking gibberish, huh? Hey, listen, I left 17 years of age. I left home. I joined the proud Indian Army National Defense Academy. How many of you appeared for the exam? None of you. That's the sad part. Oh, fail ho gaya na, hai na? Okay. All right. So what I'm trying to tell you is, from there to there, yeah, a fantastic journey. I love life. I've traveled the world. I've worked with Lockheed Martin. Can you beat it? I'm not an aeronautical engineer. I'm not even a full-fledged electronics engineer. I'm a military engineer. So what does it tell us? If you set your mind and heart on something, you can just do it. Yes, it took midnight oils. I spent 30. One more thing I want to tell you. This Google Baba, Auntie, Mrs. Khanna was telling, आजकल ये Google Baba ने बहुत तंग किया हुआ है. So counter argument to Gaurav. Gaurav was saying, Google में जाओ, सीखो, yes, सीखो. But depth में भी सीखो. Google से नहीं आएगा depth. Bench पे आएगा बैठ के कुछ. Right? And work, stop this nonsense of work from home. Will Gaurav agree if I join his company कि सर आपको आने की जरूरत नहीं है, घर में बैठ के काम करो. ये बातें करने की है. Nobody is going to accept it anymore. तो कहेंगे drag your bloody ass into the office. And why are you late? 2 दिन का पे काट लिया. So that is the reality of life. COVID is over. But world is looking up. Get your act together. Get into something which you really love to do. Give it your 2 years while you are still around. Nothing is lost now. Sir, बना तो नहीं product, but कोशिश बहुत की. You know, there are so many spin-offs of that technology. Okay. Any questions? Anybody wants to put your head down, get under the hood, likes to work on a workbench? No? Then you can get in touch with me. Otherwise, Mr. Gaurav has invited you, shared his IP to you. Please go there. Thank you for being patient with us. Thank you. Jai Hind. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that very spirited talk, sir. With this, we come to an end of today's session. I feel great honor to call upon Miss Anju Khanna, Manager.
Thank you, students. In fact, indeed, it's a wonderful session over here. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening to us and to the industry stalwarts over here. Thank you. Let's wrap up the session and join for high tea. Thank you. Yeah, we have to give the token of appreciation to our industry leaders. Just a sec. Yeah, may I request MCs to be over here on the dais for giving a token of appreciation. Come here.
So anyone wants to network with the industry experts who were on the dais, you may please talk to them off the dais while they are having tea. So you can know more about the technology, the aspects of getting associated with them further. Thank you.